This episode is sponsored in part by PTZ Optics. Why need a cameraman when you can just do it yourself? Visit ptzoptics.com for more information. Alright guys, it's quite interesting here. I am doing an impromptu show and just wanted to go live and see what's going on. I have some hecklers already. We've got Mr. Greg Terry in the chat room who's indicating to me that he has no audio. But we know, we test, we know that there is audio, and everybody else is like jumping on him. He's only kidding, folks. He's not serious. What I wanted to do is I wanted to go live here, and I have Haps open as well, so you can actually jump in the Haps session. I've not done that yet with Haps. Or we can have you call in if you want to ask questions, or if you want to join this impromptu broadcast. Greg earlier said, let me see if I can find the comment. He goes, "Let's go. I'm anticipating." Where does he say it? He says, "I'm in dire anticipation of what is forthcoming," and my comment to him was, "As am I," because you know, I've put in some new gear here in the studio, and so one of the things that I like to do is go live, right? Just to test everything, make sure everything is running good. And I did 2 successful shows this week. We did the Broadcast Now show on Thursday. We did the Retro Buzz last night, and they were all successful, had no issues. But you just, you know, you never know. So one of the things that I wanted to do is try to fly solo, or not just solo, but a solo host, but have additional people if they want to jump on through the neural net, and just have a chat or ask questions. Like I said, this is open to gaming, broadcasting, podcasting, whatever your fancy is today. We can do that. So again, you know, I'm wide open. Best production guy on YouTube. Hey, I appreciate those comments. You know, it's one thing to talk about what you do. Another thing is to practice what you preach, right? And so in order to get better, you have to go live. You have to do things. And in my earlier days, in fact, I was talking to one of the guys that was on originally with me back when I first started 15 years ago, Sean. And we were talking this morning, you know, about the crew. We want to do a reunion show, if you will. And one of the things that we talked about, you know, he was looking at the studio and he says, "I remember when you used to go live like I am now, and we didn't have the capability of doing video with your guests. We only had the ability to bring Skype audio in because the tools weren't as extensive as they are now." And, you know, that was almost 15 years ago. And I remember I didn't even have the bandwidth to host a Skype call. So what we used to do is Sean would get everybody to call his Skype account. He would call me, and we'd have like 4 or 5 guys roundtabling it. We would talk tech, or we would talk, you know, video production. And at the time, video production was very limited. People were just more interested in getting computer help. And so we did that a lot. And it's just amazing to see where things have come now that you have like a dedicated box. I'm looking over because that's where my box is. Dedicated box to do video, you know, live guests. We have ways with capture cards. Capture cards in general have come down in price. In fact, I have a 4K one that I got for $40. It's just a generic HDMI 4K capture card that I use for my PS5. And then there's like a generic $20 one. I think it's like 27, maybe it's 17, that I got from Amazon that also does 1080p. So there's a lot of good options now. Before, you had to spend hundreds of dollars. You know, you get a Magewell, you get a Blackmagic, you know, AJA. It didn't matter. It was expensive. And now you can do so much with with a lot with little. And yeah, so Rotoldo says Skype has really lost its foothold to Zoom. It really has. A lot of guys now. In fact, we do Zoom for some of the shows that we've done in the past, whether it be the retro show or my day job with PTZ Optics. We do Zoom and we get callers. And I thought about doing something like that today, but I thought, with Haps, you can just jump in the seat. And like I said, I have it potted up. The other thing you could do if you want to join, okay, if you want to like talk in person, this is your chance, okay. Normally we talk, we have a bunch of guys on here in the panel, and nobody can get in a word in edgewise. You want to call in, ask anything. You want to go down your workflow. Do you want to talk about how you can implement things in broadcasting, or, if you're a gamer and you want to live stream, we can talk about that too. Right here on the screen is the information to call the live to air system. And it's https://www.call-in.tv/thetechbuzz. And when you call in there, you're seeing a screenshot of my call-in screener. I will get a notification in the corner that you're trying to join, and I will be able to bring you in to this conversation that I'm having with those in the chat room and myself, essentially. So I've done a lot of things recently in changing my setup. I've gone through, I used to have a lot of arcade and gaming stuff behind me, and that really didn't fit in a corporate world when I had to do some demonstrations and things like that. So I decided that I was going to take that stuff down and move it to other areas of the game room and the house, so that way I could have a more professional approach to it. And, those are some, we talked about little things, right, on Thursday, if you watched the show. That is a little thing, in my opinion, and it didn't strike me until then. So now we have that ability. I see Dominic over here. He says, very cool. So Dominic, feel free if you want to join. I know you've asked me questions in the past. You can feel free if you want to jump in here. I'll pull up your comment here. Feel free to jump in. I'll show you that screen one more time for now, and then we'll continue on. And like I said, I will I'll rant and ramble as long as anybody wants to listen to me. But you can call in if you want to join right here on the call-in system. https://www.call-in.tv/thetechbuzz. And that will get you potted up to join us on air here and have a conversation, no matter what it is. If you want to talk about production, if you want to talk about pitfalls, what's stumping you moving forward? And that's one of the things that you're helping me by engaging me right now as I'm doing this show to test things on my gear and do an impromptu show. So I can give back to you and help you with some of the questions that you may have in the areas of live broadcast and production. So I'm pulling up the different chats here as they come in, so that way we can answer them. And a good question here, it says, when you highlight chats in a box, I have old eyes and I'd love to see a black background with white text for better contrast. That's not a bad idea. We'll have to see if there is a lower third like that within vMix. So everything I do with these comments are done through vMix, and I'm outputting those from vMix into the TriCaster, which then I'm superimposing over my TriCaster feed, and then that feed is then sent back to vMix to send out to you guys. I know it's a little bit of a huge workaround, right? But as you can see, I'm a fan of the darker lower thirds with the lighter text, as you can see right here by my lower third. I 100% agree with you. I think that the text pops off the background better when you have a lighter text and a darker background. So you're not getting an argument from me on that. So I'll have to look around inside of vMix and see if there's a way. If Greg Terry is here, maybe Greg Terry knows if there is a way to do that, or if there's a lower third that he knows of that I could switch it to after this broadcast, but I'm happy to do that. Um, but I know a lot of you guys that watch broadcasts now on a Thursday, a lot of you guys that watch the Retro Buzz, one of the things that I personally like to do is I pride myself in the production. I like to have options. I like to have the ability to change some things up. That's one of the reasons I went from a standalone microphone that sat in front of me, even though, in my opinion, nothing beats that radio style microphone as far as sound quality goes. Now, my room, as you can see in this shot here, I have a lot of soundproofing around. So for me, I can get away with using a Countryman style or a lavalier mic. So having, a desk mic or having options is awesome. Like especially for what I'm doing here. So one of the things I didn't show you guys is now I have the ability with changing my setup. I have a wireless microphone on. I have a wireless monitor system on. But you'll notice I have my old TriCaster control surface here, and I have my old X Keys control surface here. Now, one of the things when I set that up, I was like, oh, it's a broadcast show. I'm doing some broadcast lunch and learns with the company. I'm doing demonstrations. It'd be great to have some broadcast gear back there for display purposes, right? Well, I thought, well, that's okay, but it's not going to look as good if they don't light up, right? So let's make them light up. So my buddy Joe DeMax, who makes the Software Central control, he was, on the call with me, and I said it would be great if we could make these light up. He said what would be really great if we could make it chase what your original TriCaster controller or your new TriCaster controller is doing. And I was like, yeah, that would be really cool. So I want to do a demonstration here for you so you guys can see. So I'm going to kind of be on camera but off camera. My hand is going to be up here on the TriCaster control surface that I normally sit at my desk with. I want you guys to watch the lights on the X Keys and on the TriCaster control surface that's back there. So as I'm cycling through preview, or what's going into the preview monitor, you can see the light, the green light is changing because that's preview, so I don't want to switch it so you guys can't see. But you'll notice it's also changing on the X Keys as well. You'll see the blue light chasing along the bottom. So in essence, what that's doing is I could sit here and I can actually stand. I could put something up on this big screen, okay? And let's say I'm talking to my Skype guest. I could switch back and forth just by standing here pressing the take button on this control surface, or even this control surface. I could sit here and press the button and make it go to wherever I want it to go based on those inputs. So it's really, really cool that having that ability to do that just for difference. I mean, how many shows out there do we see there's talking heads, right? I mean, you could only do so many talking head shows. And especially with a game show, like one of the things that I'd really like to do with the gaming show is to be able to be here and maybe playing a game, but also be able to switch to my co-hosts, if you will, while I'm playing the game, or if we're dialoguing about something and I need to physically show something, right? If you need to show a device or, something that you're talking about connecting for the game, still having your co-hosts here, but have the ability to, as the one gentleman said in there, not have to squint to see what somebody's talking about when they're in these little boxes when they've got like 4 or 5 guests on. That is something that it would drive me nuts. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but stuff like that is where I think that I'm trying to raise the bar. And by doing impromptu streams like this, it's kind of getting me unchained from the desk and giving me that freedom to kind of talk through some of the processes and also reach to you, the audience, to see if that's something that you would enjoy seeing as opposed to just the simple talking heads all the time, right, in the shows. So let me pull up Roseldo's comment here. I hope I'm not butchering your name. I apologize if I am. Um, does the controller show live people that are present with a corresponding light? So that's a really great question. I'll demonstrate that. So if I go to my gear cam, which is I believe it's input 8. So you can see right here, this is my TriCaster control surface. This is where I sit at my desk. I can control cameras with this with the joystick. Um, each camera or guest input is on the row here. The green is preview, red is program, meaning preview I pull up in front of me next to the camera. I have a preview monitor and I have a program monitor. Preview is what I'm queuing up for a shot, maybe lining up, especially with Glenn. Glenn likes to move around. So when I go, my main camera that you see, this one here, this is my main camera. This is input 1. So if you want to think about it like that, that's input 1. Input 2 is the wide camera shot that I was showing you just a few minutes ago. Input 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all my callers, and anybody that calls into the show via the live to air system that I was showing you. 7 and 8. 7 is my pinball camera, which I'll show you. This is what I call the pinball camera or the desk camera. 8 is the gear camera, which you're seeing right overhead now. And then in order to use 9 through 16 inputs, I have to use my Stream Deck. And the Stream Deck is basically an extension of this control surface, if that makes sense. Hope that makes sense. So that's how I'm able to bring in multiple inputs and have the lights correspond, if you will, to the camera. I mean, that's the way the switcher, the hardware switcher, is designed. So your average gamer's here, and he says I have my notepad out. I'm taking notes. Well, you can do one more than that. If you want to join, you have to use a Chrome browser or Firefox. It does work with Safari, but it's hit or miss with that, and I'm a Mac guy. You can actually join if you want. The call-in system that we use, you can go to https://www.call-in.tv/thetechbuzz. You can join if you want to get on the same call system that we use with Doug and Glenn and all the other guys that come on the show. If you have questions, you can jump on and I'll bring you on and let you ask questions. This is just as much open forum as it is me testing. So let's get back to Ritual Day. Okay, that's cool. That's how you say it. Good. I won't forget that now. Sorry for butchering it earlier. Ritual Day. Let's see here. He also says, makes sense. I was a studio recording engineer in a past life. Okay, so you understand the video switching hardware works the same way as an audio mixing board, right? Especially a digital audio mixing board. You know, depending on what channel. Think of it when you're looking at a control surface, a switching control. Let me get rid of the lower third here. When you're looking at a switching control surface, think of it the same way you're looking at channels on a mixer. You have multitudes of channels. The only difference is, like, people get whacked out when they see a control surface like this, the same way they get whacked out on a mixer, is it's like overwhelming. But if you think about it and isolate it into segments, you understand it better. Your preview row puts things in the preview so you can set up, well, if you want that camera or if somebody's taking a drink, you want to wait, you want to see that. Program is what I call hot punching, and hot punching allows me to just do this. It just automatically takes whatever source that I press the button for. It automatically takes it live without previewing it, and that's the red row. That's why green is not hot, red is hot. That's kind of how I look at it. And then you have your DSK delegates, and the DSKs are essentially like your lower third. So I have a macro set up to do this, but your DSK, my one DSK or downstream keyer, brings up the lower third with the wording, and the other DSK. So like if I take away DSK1, DSK2 is my logo and bug in the corner. So that row will allow me to choose from any one of the 8 DSKs or add a DDR, which is digital device recorder or digital drive recorder. Basically any recorded content when I play my intros, my countdowns. MEs are mix effects. So anytime you see, like, I'll just do this for example. This is what's considered a mix effect. You have a motion background behind the 2 box. So right now, if I had a guest that called in, they would be in that second box, which is the live to air guest. This is considered a mix effect. Anytime I do that, I know I have ME1, which is this, ME2, which is this, ME3, which is my 3. See how I do that? ME3, 3 guests, or 3 people. And then ME4 is 4 people. So I have that set up to make my life a little bit easier in production. That's why I'm able to glance down. So there's a lot of thought that's put into how I drive what I'm doing here in the studio with it. It doesn't matter if I'm doing game streaming. It doesn't matter if I'm doing straight out broadcasting. Let's see here. Ritual Day is an excellent guitarist. That's pretty awesome. I am a musician myself. Let's pull that up here. Hey, what's going on? Alfred Berger. We see him in the chat room here. He joined. It's great to have you guys here again. We are streaming on a lot of the different platforms. If you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Haps, Roku, feel free. If you want to join us, you can join us and have a conversation here. And nothing's off limits. We could talk broadcasting. We can talk gaming. We could talk whatever you want to talk. Again, it's more or less just me, testing some of my chops and also engaging with the audience that doesn't normally get to chat because we usually have structured content going out. That's one of the things that I miss about unstructured shows like this. This is how I started. I'd turn the camera on and go live, and I would just, off the top of my head, off the cuff, come up with topics to talk about and keep content flowing. And then guys would respond in the chat room about things that they wanted to discuss. And we would just, it would roll. I mean, we'd go for like 8 hours. It was insane. And I miss those days, but I also like the structured content of doing an hour, but I don't get to connect with the community. I don't get to connect with the audience as much as I used to with doing that years and years ago. Yeah, Kongs is 100% right. Impromptu fun. And feel free, Kongs, if you want to jump up. There is a call-in for that. I can give you the link here. Actually, it'd probably be easier if I just give the link in here instead of trying to say it out. Let me do this. I'll put it in here. If anybody wants to join, you just click on this and follow the instructions. It's very, very simple. It's the same thing that we use. And again, you got questions. I feel like a Radio Shack commercial where you say, if you've got questions, we've got answers. Does anybody remember Radio Shack? Believe it or not, Radio Shack was awesome. I used to get a lot of cabling, as overpriced as it was. Before there was such a thing as Amazon Prime, Radio Shack was like the go-to. I'd be needing a wire, and I'd have to run and get it. And if they didn't have it, you were like, oh. Then you'd run to the music store and say, I need this to this, and then they would solder it right there on the spot for you, but you would pay like $30 for the cable. So no, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Ritual Day. Maybe we'll still be on when you're out of the mall, but let's see here. Hey, what's going on, Brad? Again, anybody's free to jump on. Like, there is no set topic. Is this NDI solution? What are you referring to? Is what an NDI solution? Because I do use a lot of NDI in my workflow. And you can use, hey, Crypto Tech, what's going on? You can use a lot of NDI, even if you're using OBS. OBS is free. It is open source. So they do have the ability to use NDI with that, and which is network device interface. Allows you to bring in cameras, remote sources, things like that. So you can absolutely do that. Let me see here. I'm going through comments here. Crypto Tech, he wants to know. He says, "Are you using Blackmagic design equipment?" I don't anymore. I used to use a Blackmagic capture card, and then I ran into so many problems with them with firmware and incompatibilities with software solutions that I was using. So I don't. I actually use vMix, and I use a TriCaster right now. So this is my spread. I'm using a TC1, which has 16 inputs, and then I take this signal from here, which outputs to the wall for the vMix setup. So that's how I do all my video production. Everything feeds from the TriCaster. All the video, audio goes over to the vMix system, and then vMix plays out live, and it encodes to my cloud switcher. So a lot of guys will get these systems like OBS, vMix, Wirecast, and they'll try to take their home network and stream. Well, there's a way to do it that you don't have to do that. And I use a little platform called Switchboard Live, as you can see here. Basically, this is the back end of my switchboard, and I can stream to my to YouTube, to LinkedIn, to my website, Facebook pages, Twitch, and then I have a separate category for when I go live with PTC Optics for the shows that we do there. But I can actually do up to, I think, 8 or 9, maybe even 10 destinations for the package. Now, you do pay for it, but I do like it better than Restream.io. It's just got a better user interface, in my opinion. So I don't have to use up all my bandwidth here, so that way I can bring guests on and, not tank my network because my kids are up there playing online games and whatnot. Let's see here. Yeah, Radio Shack had a lot of transistor boards. They also had transistor radios and ham radios back in the day. Let's see here. I am using, so your average gamer asked earlier on, he says, "Are you using NDI for your guest call-ins?" I am for 2 of the guests. 2 of the other guests are hardwired, but I could use them with NDI, and you would never know it. Let's see here. Kong says, "You ever use fancy cameras for produced content versus live?" As far as fancy cameras, are you talking about like I have a Canon I believe it's an HA40. It's a 4K Canon camcorder. Or are you talking about using multiple camera angles for it? Because that's one of my downfalls. I don't do a lot of produced or edited video content like I do live. Live is my specialty. It's hard to be an on-air talent, and that goes for recordings or not, and shoot all these different angles while you're trying to be on camera. Like right now, you guys can't see me pressing buttons and hitting the controller. So it makes it a little bit easier when you're doing recordings and you got to get these nice B-roll fly-ins of scanning a pinball table or a product or whatever you're doing. It's tough to be on camera and do that, and it takes a lot of time. Whereas I can switch camera to camera to camera here, and I don't have to go back and edit anything. I'm looking at this camera, and then I go to this camera, or I go to other cameras. It just makes life a little bit easier. The Garage Gamer says, "This background makes you look like the architect from the Matrix." Okay. So Brad brings up a question about, what do you guys think of easy mode on the At Games Pinball? I don't know if you saw a picture. I was messing with that yesterday. I thought it was really, really well done. I think the icons are a little large for my liking for the buttons, but I get why they did it. They want to make sure that people can see what it is. So I thought it was. I think it's pretty good. Let's see here. What else? I like it, Brad. Golden TTV, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, we're just talking either broadcasting, podcasting, gaming. A lot of these guys do broadcasting shows for gaming, so they're looking at better ways of doing it. Let's say. Okay, which brings us to the last. The Garage Gamer says, which brings us to the last, to the moment of truth, wherein the fundamental flaw is ultimately expressed, and the anomaly revealed as both be. I missed that. What's the rest of it? Oh, okay. Um, and the anomaly revealed as both beginning and end. Now he's just going um, way over my head there on that one. Like I loaded easy mode and was like, why is my joystick not working? See, I don't have the joystick on the At Games Pinball. I want it to just be pinball. Golden TTV says, I'll use the zoom feature in VMix Virtual Studio for those simulated flybys while live. Yeah, um, I could do that on the TriCaster control surface as well. I can do some simulated zooms and things like that. I also use comps inside of the TriCaster, whereas you can set up different snapshots of comps where, let's say, you're using a virtual set and you're starting way out like they do on the news, and then it zooms into the anchor sitting at the desk. You could set a comp up with that in a macro, or use central control and press a button and it'll do those comps exactly the way you want to do it. It actually works nicer than the macro, to be honest, because when you're trying to do a macro, you got to sit there and hold still and make sure your alignment is correct and things like that. So that's that's what I like to do, anyways, personally, for the TriCaster. But if you haven't checked out centralcontrol.io, if you're using vMix, Wirecast, OBS, or maybe you're using them all, and you want to control them all with one controller, Central Control IO is your ticket. I would agree with that, Brad. They need to animate it more, um, make it more coin ops. I just don't know if they have the developmental team to be able to do that. If if I had to guess, yeah, Garage Gamers Go Matrix on me. Well, I think that's the big thing, Brad. I think that's a really good option with having digital arcades that are Wi-Fi connected, which is why I still don't understand why Arcade One Up just now decided that they were going to implement Wi-Fi. Um, these companies like At Games and iArcade implementing Wi-Fi early to be able to send patches really make the product that much better, because I could tell you, as somebody that had the Legends Pinball as one of the first people, it was a disaster when I first got it. I mean, the left flipper didn't work right. I mean, people would have been yelling if they had the experience that I had when I first got it. But we knew, because of Legends Center, we knew what we were getting into. We knew that we were going to have problems with it because it was still kind of being pushed out the door. So, in that retrospect, hindsight's 2020, right? Let's see here. That's okay. Throw those questions out. Again, you can join if you want. I'll put the link here in the chat. If you want to join and get on a call, you can come in on your phone or on your computer and join and ask a question. So the question from Cryptotech is, sorry if you answered this before, but what model is the main camera you're using? So all the cameras that I'm using are PTZ Optics cameras. They are pan tilt zoom cameras that I can control with a joystick. Um, the one I'm using right now is the NDI 20X, and that 20X represents the zoom capabilities, because there are 12X, 20X, and 30X. So I have a 30X that's at the other end of the studio, believe it or not. And let me see. I think that's input number 14. So let's go to that input. So this is, you can see there my hand. You can see my hand. This is clear across the studio. And let's see if I can go to that camera. So I can actually move this camera around. So this is all the way at the other end of the studio slash arcade. So there's the wall, okay? But with these cameras, that's the cool part about this. I don't need a camera operator. And it's dark because I don't have everything turned on. So I have the ability to pull it over there like that. And you can just see me over here sitting in the studio. So that one's a 30X. Usually the ones that I have on the far end of the studio, they're 30X, but they're being brought in with NDI. Somebody mentioned NDI earlier. That's how they're being brought in. What do we got here? Yo, 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 Wizard of Broadcast Magic. Thank you, St. Polga Vlog. Jeff Adams coined that phrase on me. I can't take credit for that. He calls me the Wizard of Broadcast Magic. Yeah, media and the front ends take up a lot of the hard space, as well as, you know, the RAM, the memory to utilize that stuff. So I think AtGames is smart adding it to a thumb drive, a solid state drive. But Brad, you're 100% right. Asking for UI improvements, they're doing it. It's just a matter of time, you know, getting things. AtGames is very receptive to the community, 100%. That's what I'm using, 128 flash drive. By the way, Steven, my wife saw your arcade and was impressed. You sparked her to move couches. Now if I could get my wife to allow me to move my couches, I think I'd be in good shape. No, she likes to, rule of the day, she likes to have people be able to sit down here, apparently. I just need, I did manage, though, I did start taking over the music room with some game stuff because I had, like, all my gaming boxes that used to be off to the side here. I don't know if you guys remember that. Let's see if I go to my console cam, which is this camera here. So over here, you can kind of see me pointing up against that wall that has that draped muslin there. That used to be where all my retro console boxes used to live. Okay, and I moved it because, again, I wanted it to be more professional when I'm doing different demonstrations and things like that for work and for the broadcasting show. And since I don't really do it a lot for the gaming show, I was like, I got to get it out of here. So I moved it into the other room and stacked them around the kiosk. I don't know how well that went over, but she hasn't said anything yet. She could be watching now and walk down the stairs and walk in there and be like, what did you do? I don't know. Let's see here. Still getting to your comments here. Let's pull this up. So I've been using Marshall for everything due to the size and quality, although due to cost, I use one NDI 20X PTZ Optics camera. Yeah, everything costs. The funny thing is I've been using PTZ Optics cameras pretty much since like a year or two after their inception, if you will. So I have been using it, and then I ended up working for the company, which is kind of crazy in itself. So for me, like I've loved the cameras, even if I didn't work there. I'm gonna break one of my rules. I don't usually drink on camera, but because I'm flying solo here, I'm going to. I'm gonna have some of my vitamin water. Let's see here. What else questions are coming in? All right, he's asking hardware-wise. Okay. What NDI hardware do you use? BirdDog, Magewell, KiloView? So KiloView is supposed to be sending me some devices to play around with and check out. Right now, I have a NewTek Spark that I have my AtGames Legends connect to. So if the At Games Legend was on right now, I could bring that into the TriCaster. Um, Other devices that I use are mainly, the new tech tools that I have on the different computers. Like I'm running the NDI 5 tools on my Macs and my PCs. But the TriCaster is the biggest NDI device that I'm using currently. Brad says my wife only will play Centipede on the Atari Legacy Tempest cabinet. That is a nice cabinet, by the way. It's funny she calls it the Centipede cabinet. Yeah, that's all right. She plays it, so you should be happy with that, right? Um, Confession: I play Centipede on my pinball because I want her to keep the high score on the arcade one up. Well, hey, listen, everybody to each their own. Like, I don't want to play arcade games on the pinball table. That's just me. That doesn't mean everybody else needs to follow suit. You need to do what's best for you. What's this? No, no. P Dubs won't yell at me for drinking on camera. He yells at Michael B because he has a noisy cap, right? Mine's not noisy. I don't think it's noisy. Well, I guess if I really horse it, it is a little noisy. Let's see here. It's her game and she loves it. Yep. My wife is partial to Capcom bowling. She loves it. Do you use wireless HDMI SDI in some cases? I try not to. I'll be honest. I have four inputs that are hardwired SDI, only because I've ran it before the TriCaster or the TC1 that I have. I had the 460, so I used SDI inputs because I didn't have enough inputs on that TriCaster. It only had four inputs. So it had eight inputs, but four of them were virtual. They had four SDI inputs. This one also has four SDI inputs, but it has 16 inputs total. So all the other cameras, like this camera, and then my guest one, my guest two, those are all hardline SDI. I could do NDI with them, but the other cameras, like my gear camera, this is NDI over top. Um, my tracking camera, like I have a motion tracking camera right here. This one, like if I get up, this one will follow me around the studio. Well, at least this part of it. It follows me around to where I can go to different parts of the studio behind where I'm at and have it track me. And I can actually have it trigger different commands that I want to use. That's all NDI. My shoulder camera, I have a shoulder camera here. I have a lot of cameras. You guys don't normally see this because on the other shows, because this isn't really something that you you guys really cared about. But I have a lot of cameras in here that I could switch to for different angles. And when I do certain types of videos for the broadcasting world, I need access to having those um, those setups. So if I go to, let's see if I can do this here. Go to input. So I can do this. I can do this. These are all just presets that I built. Like if I wanted to show like the Stream Deck here, once it focuses itself in there, get my hand out of the way. You can go to here. Let's see here. So there's a lot of things that you can do to make it easier on yourself and automate things. Let's see here. Going through, wireless does have a lot of lag. Like all my, so let me state this. All my NDI sources are hardwired. That's how you should do NDI. You should not do it wireless. Anything like that wireless, because when you do, you run into a lot of problems. Just my 2 cents on that. Let's see here. The past few shows, Michael B has said hello to everyone but me. I guess I'm invisible. Oh, that's not, I don't think that's true. In fact, I'm sure if Michael B was around, he'd probably jump on right now and tell you that that's not true. Michael B's a good guy. Roll Day says, looks like an ESPN broadcast. Cool, how seamless and lag-free panning your cameras. Yeah, that's why I like the PTZ cameras because I'm by myself. I can't I can't control cameras if I'm by myself and switching them. So I have the ability. But you guys got to remember, yeah, I do the broadcast. I do the gaming show Friday nights. But my day job, I'm in the broadcast industry. In fact, in October, assuming COVID doesn't put a damper on it, I'm supposed to go out to Las Vegas to the convention center. NAB, which was supposed to be in April, is now moved to October. So I'll actually be working with PTZ Optics out there, helping out in the NDI booth and discussing NDI workflows with different potential customers or other broadcasters, which is something I like to do. And I'll obviously go around scoping out, but NDI is kind of, or sorry, NAB, a lot of acronyms, is like my Super Bowl. I really enjoy that. It's kind of like my Christmas in a way, as far as like Christmas is great for kids, giving them gifts and stuff. I like that more than I like getting a gift. But going to NAB and working with and meeting with the companies that you've worked with and being faced, there's nothing like it. So that's October that's coming. So a lot of this is overkill for doing the type of show that we do for the gaming stuff, but I have it, so I use it. It is not cheap. Let's see here. Running gags or inside jokes always get me. You make an attachment with the audience. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You can have just like that running gag we did for a while. What is Cool Toy's favorite pinball machine, right? That that went on and on. Um, Golden TTV says my main reason for ditching SDI was weight and the space it took up in my cases is flying. That's where NDI has been a real lifesaver for us. My portable rig, if you want to go back, watch one of the Broadcast Now episodes. I think I showed it on there. It was before graduation happened. I have a portable rig that I have set up with vMix on it. And I bought a PoE network switch. I have 4 PTZ optics cameras, and then I also have, I take this ePTZ camera right here on the shelf, which is the same camera that I use up above. You can use 2 lenses with it. You can use the close-up lens or the distant lens. And right now, like, this is the distant lens, but you can do, like, the close-up lens where it zooms down. I take that with me and I put it on a motion slider. I have a camera slide that is battery operated, so when you hit it, it goes down the slide at a speed that you choose for it, and then it comes back up and just so I use that as what I call a dump camera. A lot of guys look at me like, what's a dump camera? And I call it that. A lot of industry guys call it that, and the reason we call it that is it's a camera that we can dump to if we need to set up the other 4 cameras for particular shots. So when I'm sitting there TDing, when I'm switching and I have another guy that's controlling the cameras, I'll tell him I'm going to go to the dump shot so he knows he can jerk the camera if he needs to, or do a quick zoom, a quick pan out, whatever he needs to do, and it won't be live. So I use that, and I just take I have 4 300-foot Ethernet cables, and I have 4 100-foot cables. That's what I take with me, depending on what I got to do and where I got to be at. That's what I use. You're going to be at NAV in Las Vegas? That's awesome. So you'll have to hunt me down. I will be there, assuming, okay, assuming that we don't run into the problem where there's limitations on how many people, can be in an area. So, but that is the goal here, to go there. Oh yeah, Bags with Glenn. Yeah, Bags with Glenn is definitely an inside joke. But you know what? He embraces it and he keeps his stuff nice. So I am an inbox collector with any kind of like toys and any video games that I get. I keep them in the wrappers if they are sealed. Some guys don't. It don't matter if it's sealed or not. They open it up, and for them, that's they want to be able to utilize it. They don't want to just leave it in the wrapper. Doug is one. He takes all his toys, if you will, out of their plastic prisons, as he calls them. I don't. I keep them in it, and I display them that way. It's just me. That's how I do it. So, um, I think the New York City one is. I don't think there's going to be a NAB in New York. I think that's canceled. I'm pretty sure that was. I think they're only doing Vegas this year, and New York returns next year, I believe. I could be wrong, but I thought that was last I heard, if that's what you're referring to. Golden TTV will run all our game and player cams to a PoE switch, 8 cams, and then run a 10 gig fiber 100 foot to the back of our station. Yeah, exactly. So you're doing it because you need to run 10 gig because you're running it 100 foot back. So a lot of the venues I'm doing it in, 300 foot is only because I have to go around seats and things like that to where everything's under 75 foot that I'm essentially running. But in order for some venues, I have to run longer cable because I don't want people tripping and ripping cables out. Okay, you're talking New York Comic Con. Okay. I like the dump cam concept. So obvious, but never thought about it. Yeah, that's something I've implemented. Like I have a dump cam even in the studio here, right? So the studio dump cam, if you will, right now, is my motion tracking camera. So if something would break and I needed to keep going with a show where I had to walk over, I could make it part of the show where I could get up and say, okay, especially a broadcast show, I could be like, well, something needs to be adjusted here, so just give me a second. Meanwhile, I'm still conversing with the audience, not making it look obvious that something's wrong, or I just come out and tell them because people like transparency. And then I'll come back here like this, and then I can come back to my main camera and sort it. That's one of the reasons I really like the auto tracking camera is because it allows me the freedom to fix things that get broken, or in cases where I just need to go turn something on that I forgot to turn on. It's a way that they can absolutely do that. A lot of that stuff you guys don't see. And we've got Bobby Vu over on Facebook giving a shout out. Mr. To Die For, clean like a mother. Yeah. Nobody can do it like the great Bobby Vu, especially when it comes to modding. So the tracking camera, that's a great question. We use it a lot at the church, okay? I use it in here for different effects, and I don't have it set up to do this right now, but I will show you something here. So let me get rid of this. So one of the things that I do with the tracking camera is the tracking camera, and I'm sorry for you gaming guys, this is probably not of interest to you, but obviously I don't show my rack on camera. What I'll do is I'll make this a hotspot within the camera software to where I can come, stand in front of this rack. It'll cause my lower third to go down. It'll cause it to go black, run my outro while I'm talking and being intimate with my audience. It has real-time HTTP calls that you set up with those hotspots. So it's a great way that you can add some production value without pressing a button to your production. And the other thing, like I like the tracking camera for is as a way, like I was showing the guys earlier, like I have the ability to control the TriCaster back here with either the X keys or the old 460 control surface using central control. These are not just decorative pieces. I did initially want them as decorative pieces, but these are completely functional. So I can sit here and I can press any of these buttons, as you can see, and they're moving, and I can switch to any of the cameras. In fact, I'll switch to my main camera. I won't be sitting there, but you can see here's my hand, and then I'll switch back to here. So the tracking camera is great for doing something like that, or if you're with two people and you just want to have that look and feel of using a camera operator. A lot of people don't know that you can do So Nick Nick says, I need that camera. You know, it's great. Like if you were doing a cooking show, or Bobby Vu could use something like that, as well as Kongs or Us could use something like that when they're doing modding. You set up a preset for the wide shot as far as that you want the tracker to track, and then you set up a close shot. So as they're moving around doing modding, that camera's following everything that they're doing. That way you, the viewer, are not missing a single step. So if I'm doing certain things that have to do with demonstrations or tutorials and things like that, when I'm doing talks in the broadcast industry, that camera comes in handy more so than this static camera. So it's not for everybody, but I will state it's a very expensive camera. You're looking at probably close to $3,000 for that camera. The technology's there. It's over NDI. It's a great camera, but it is expensive. Just being honest. Golden T TV. Let's see what he says here. He says, "Oh, nice. I can see this big time in our tournaments for gaming. I'm a one-man show sometimes, 3-4 big events, and this would be awesome." It really is. I thought about doing it and setting up another one maybe over where the pinball table is, and so it gets the motion as you're moving your hands down and it's tracking. I also thought it would be cool if there was a way if we hung it upside down, and I know PTZ Optics HuddleCam HD suggests not hanging that one upside down because it has that motorized tracking, but I thought it would be cool to fixate that on the pinball and have it track the pinball as it's moving around on the screen. How cool would that be if you're streaming live pinball and you could take a square of the interface and it's tracking in a 16:9 window instead of, like, everybody streams pinball, they turn it this way, right? And they're shooting down on it. But how cool would it be as you do it in thirds of the screen, like you're watching it? If you remember the old Nintendo pinball games where like the ball goes up through the screen and it shuffles up, and then it goes up through the next screen and it shuffles up, but in real time. I think that would be a really cool use case for it. Hey, what's up, Nectar Industries, or as I know him from the broadcast nowadays of old, Kissnet. And I'm adjusting myself because I'm sitting on a wire. It's never fun because I can feel it tugging on the back of my neck. Wolfano's in the house. I heard somebody say Wolfano's is in the house. Welcome, Wolfano's. We're just talking anything broadcasting, podcasting, cameras, audio. We're talking arcade games, capturing them. It's really all over the place. Yeah, so guys, seriously, anything we're discussing, don't think you're changing the subject by talking about something else. This is a random impromptu show. And again, if you want to join, you can get in the call-in system. Get on that link. I can bring you in. You can converse with me if you have questions. I promise I won't be like Radio Shack, but I'll do my best to talk so you guys can jump on. Let's see here. Golden TTV says maybe for like 10 seconds, but could cause issues. Yeah, well, you'd probably get like Tourette's, right? I think it would be cool just as a shot, right? I'm thinking video production. You know, it's something you could dump to. You don't necessarily keep it on there all the time. But doing section by section, I think you could probably possibly get away with it. It really would depend on how quick it would track with it. I mean, this thing can track pretty quick. I have it on a low setting right now because obviously I'm walking, I'm not running around. It follows our senior pastor at the church. They walk up and down the stairs, they go up onto the stage, they walk across, go down. The cool thing too is you could set blocking zones. Obviously I'm using a TV here. So you could set blocking zones. As you saw, it was tracking me even though there was movement on the screen. These screens are moving and it didn't deflect from it tracking me. So you could set blocking zones up, especially if you're dealing with a speaking engagement where you have folks sitting in the front row. You want to set blocking zone for that because you don't want it to all of a sudden just start tracking them if they get up to leave the auditorium or use the restroom. So there's really cool things like that that you can do. Wolfino says, love the nervous center effect behind you. Could get people doing things like that major networks do. Yeah, man. The cool thing is the way my setup is, and I know I've worked hard on it. A lot of guys, they don't know because I don't talk about it unless you're watching the broadcast stuff that I do. But I can actually change these backgrounds on the fly. Like I have a set. Like we can go to my Retro Buzz one. We can go to back to the one that I had. We can go to another broadcast news one that I use. And we can go to the one that I use for my work. This is a nice background that moves. It's subtle, but it's blurred out, but it's subtle. Kind of gives me, when I'm doing like webinars and things like that, I use that background a lot. But that's just something that I can change in real time. You know, that's the difference about using a TV versus a green screen, right? Green screens, if they're not done right, can really mess you up. And if you notice, right above my head here, there is a monitor reflecting off. And one of the ways that you can combat that is by adjusting the TV to where if you push it the right way, you can get it right where in the middle. So when you sit down, the reflection goes away. And it's one of those things that you can tip and turn the TV. And that's a lot of the things that, if you look, this TV is not sitting flat. So I can adjust the TV. And a lot of times, depending on the background, I adjust the TV to get rid of any kind of shine or glare, and it's tipped forward in a way. And the other things that I do when you guys aren't looking, like I have LED lights up here, you know, and I think I got to get the sticky tape on the back because they start dropping down. But it actually lights this up back here to light things up. So a lot of times, if I know I'm going to go to a shot like that and I see the light hanging down, like on a normal broadcast, if somebody else is talking and I can cut to them like this, like let's say my guest is talking, I can go make an adjustment and then come back to me or come back to this shot, and you'll never see that light was dropping down. And just different things like that all happen behind the scenes that most people never see. All right. We will see you later on. I appreciate you stopping in. Rule the day. Have a good day. Use a flag as well to block that, right? I don't use a flag. I don't use a flag at all. I just I have the TV set up on a wall mount, and I just tip it forward, because by tipping it forward, it's taking the reflections of the lights off of it, and then you just angle it. That also gets rid of the reflections of the computer screens as well as the lights that you have up there. And so that's why I can make it look like, there's so many people that always think that I'm using a green screen, and I'm like, no, it's a TV. And they don't believe me until I cut to this shot. And then when I cut to this shot, they're like, oh my gosh, he is using a TV. And anymore, TVs are so cheap. You can get, this is a 52 or 54, I forget. But it was the perfect size to fit my framing here, as you're seeing here. Perfect to give me that head shoulder shot that I do. I think I only paid like $220 for it, and it's 4K. So, I mean, it's not probably one that you would buy for your living room. I'm sure the refresh rate, or if you were going to go play like PS5 or Xbox Series X on it, the refresh rate's probably not there for that type of gaming or a PC. But for what I'm using it for, it's perfect. It's great. So I see so many people doing green screens that just look god awful. All right, Bobby, take care. Appreciate you popping in. And a lot of it is just because they don't know how to use it, and they don't know, you know, that you need lighting. If you don't have good lighting, you will not have a good green screen. Period. I don't care how good are the images, how far away you are from it. You have to have light on you, and you have to have light on the green screen. If you look at me right now, there's no shadows on my face. There's no shadows on my body. Let me get rid of this. I'm lit very well. I could put a green screen up, as you guys saw with Legends Center, and you guys would think that I'm sitting in a multi-billion-dollar studio because of the lighting. The way I have lighting set up, I have some track lights going across the top here. Let me see if I can go to this camera here. We'll do the we'll do this one here, so you guys can see how much lighting. And I shouldn't say how much lighting. There's a lot, but if you look, I have some track lights here. There's one here. Here's my sky camera that shoots down. But this light, I have it on a dimmer. It's an LED. You just screw it in with a bulb. Let me see if I can do that. It's just a remote, and I can dim it so I don't get super bright. I have two of them on me, one for the back of my head, one for the front. So you want to light your hair really well. So you stand off from the background. And if you look, I have two other ones over here for my guest that would sit down there. But I also have two big LED panels right there that are dimmable. They are controllable with a remote. I don't know if I can get it. That remote controls them. Then I have a key fill light, because you got to remember, my HVAC here, this is all boxed in. It comes down a foot from the other stuff. I have my key fill light on the side that's also set up to dial me in, okay, and give me good shot or good, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Give me nice, even, balanced light, and that's what you want. You don't want to look like you have jaundice. You don't want to look like you have orange skin, right? So you want to make sure all your lighting is the same. None of my actual basement lights are on because they're a different temperature. All your color temperature needs to be exactly the same. All my lights are dialed in at the same exact number. That's tough if you don't spend the money for lights that you can dial in. So now that I put everybody to sleep, I'm sorry, just trying to explain all this. I started using a TV about 4 or 5 years ago when we realized that our lighting and camera was not up to green screen quality, and once we did that, we never went back to it. Yeah, I agree with that. Steve B, you're so welcome. Absolutely. Again, that's why I'm doing this impromptu stream. It's not just for me to kind of, again, practice my chops, but I want to connect with the community. I want to give you guys the opportunity that you guys have subscribed, you followed, you leave comments, you take the time out of your schedule to watch my content. I want to come on, and if there's a way that I can help you while you're helping me, as I'm testing certain things, it's a great way that I can give back to you guys. And again, anybody's welcome to join. I know I've been saying that everybody's camera shy, and that's fine. I love the comments coming in. So we'll keep them going. Golden TV says, so true. I tell people, focus on lighting before anything else. Good lighting can make a crappy camera look like a studio. You're 100% right. I have somewhere here, it's either under there or it's over there, I have a $100 PTZ Optics webcam, the same company that makes the cameras that you're seeing me on, right? They make a $100 webcam. I can make that thing look as good as these $2,000 cameras. Now, you can't pan, tilt, or zoom them, but I can make them look as good as, and in fact, let me show you this camera. If I can go to it here. Let me see. There we go. Okay. So this one here is, I think this is like a $200, it looks like a webcam. So let me see where I can control it at. Just got to remember what, I have so many stinking cameras. Okay, so this one here, okay, well, why is, I must have the wrong one pulled in. Hang on a second, let me change that. Is that the? I wonder if I'm pulling in the reference. See, this is why you do things like this to test. Is that the reference? I don't want the reference camera. I want the actual camera. So, anyways, I can zoom it in here. Okay, it's not cooperating with me right now. But anyways, this is like a webcam that you can see. That is my, excuse me, that is my, $200, whatever PTZ camera. Why is that keyed? I don't want it keyed. Let me see if I can get it back. But it'd be cool if I could show it to you. Key. I don't need that keyed. Because it'd be really, really cool. That's all. It's a nice camera. Sometimes with that camera, because I leave it on all the time, it needs to be unplugged and plugged back in, which I can do here in a second. But for $200, it's not bad. Let's see here. This is a master class in tech. Well, it's not. It's not that I'm trying to get it. Not a master class in tech. It's a lot of these guys have questions. Like I know Mad Dad Gaming and Your Average Gamer. They all come in, and they've been asking these questions for a while. And I know the Retro Buzz isn't really a place to go over this stuff. And a lot of times when we do the Broadcast Now show, we have scheduled content that we're talking about that we don't have a chance to get into this stuff. But we do want to do a show where you guys can call in and do that. So P-Dub says, yeah, I'd call in, but I haven't showered or changed or anything, and I'm short and I'm in a hot mess. It's all right. It's all good. Let's see here. Go through here. I'm just catching up here as I was messing around with this. I'm not really. There's not really secrets. These are just things, guys, that that is really common knowledge. Give me a second here. I'm actually going to go over here, and I am going to let me go to my tracking camera. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to unplug that camera. Now, the tracking camera is going to jump back, but you'll still be able to hear me. I'm going to unplug this camera and plug it back in, because sometimes I've let this sucker run for months. It's part of the torture test. So I'm going to plug it back in and see if I can get that to come up, because I want to show you, because the webcam you guys asked. Let's see if I can get that to pull in, because if I can, that would be really, really cool. If not, it's not the end of the world. But I still think it would be kind of cool if we could do that. But again, if you so I was able to get it pulled in. Let's see if I can get it to show up here on my joystick. And let's see, but does it change when I do that? Yes. Okay. So this is, see, that's all it needed to be rebooted. So this is just like a webcam. It's a giant webcam. It's like for $200, but you can pan, tilt, and zoom it. Now you can only go in so far, okay? But you could, once you zoom in it, you could pan this around. Like, so if you had OBS or something, you could set up presets and do this very thing, like what I'm doing now. This is just a webcam. That's all it is. It's like a little tiny well, I shouldn't say tiny, but it's probably twice the size of a normal webcam. Okay. So I'm trying to think if I have a camera that I could point at it so you guys could see it. Maybe the pinball camera? No, I don't think that would. Oh, you know what? My console camera, which is 15. Maybe that one. I'll have to see. See if I can do it. But like I said, it's pretty sweet to have that ability without having it super, super expensive. So let me me see if I can move this around. And oh, that's right, because I'm bringing it in through something else. Ah, dang it. You're not going to be able to see it. I was going to do that, but you guys can't see it with the arcades sitting there. Even if I moved the camera, you're still not going to see it. The arcades are like smack dab right there. But I could pull it up on a web browser. We could do that. I didn't really intend on showing any cameras, so that's why I didn't put it up. But this is so the same company that I work for. Disclaimer: I work for the company. They make webcams, $100. I have some of these, but then there's also another type of camera. I want to say it's on here. It's an NDI camera, so you just power it. And let's go to EPTZ. So that's one of the EPTZs. That's one hanging upside down in my studio. Cameras, accessories, NDI cameras. It might be on the Huddle Cam because that's the one I have. Is a Huddle Cam HD one. All right, let's go to Huddle Cam HD. And that way you can see how big the Huddle Cam HD is. I think it's the Pro. There it is. So that's the one that I have on top of the Legends Ultimate. So you can see it's probably twice the size of a regular webcam. It's probably about that long. But it looks just like a webcam. But I was able to control it. You can use the remote, as you see here in this picture, and you can control it. So if you're doing things for gaming, you could absolutely do that and have that. All right. Hollywood Polo's in the house. He says, Steven, have you done Show Me Retro solutions for haptics by taping 20-gram hex bolts to your exciters with double-sided tape? I have not. I know some guys that have done some of those things, but I've got to be honest with you, because of the fragileness, if you will, of the Legends pinball, I have limited how much I tinker with it, because P-Dubs, myself, and a few others were one of the first guys to get this. So ours doesn't even have an HDMI out. Like some of these other guys are getting tables that have the HDMI. I don't have that. I have the ribbon cable. And P-Dubs has found out that it's very fragile. I was very delicate at hooking it up. I don't want to touch it. Stuff like that really doesn't excite me, if you will. I'm not a modder. That's why we've got Kongs or Us. That's why we've got Bobby Vu. Those guys, have fun, knock yourselves out. I love watching it, but there's certain things I stay away from, only because it works. I mean, I don't have a PC hooked up to it yet. I don't have the Lisa board, or I think that's what it's called, the Lisa board, for the very reason that those are very delicate, and so I'm just very scared with it. So Steve B says, I did it, and he says he's happy with the outcome. Well, that's really cool. Yes, I was talking about the HuddleCam Pro, yes. But they also make one for PTZ Optics. So, unless they just kind of cross it with that. Again, I'm still learning the product lines of everything, and so I don't know what everything is off the top of my head. But I'm getting there. I've been there a little over 6 months. So, as you can imagine, there's a lot to take in. Let's see here. Yeah, you agree too, Al? I mean, honestly, listen, I'm not deterring anybody from doing it. I just personally, we all play this pinball machine. I love the pinball machine. Like I said, I play the games that are on it. I don't have a PC hooked to it. I have no real desire to play pinball effects on it. Call me weird, but I like it the way it is. Maybe down the road I will buy an Arcade 1-Up pinball table if they ever drop the price back to reality instead of the overprice that they have it. Um, then maybe I'll get rid of the Toy Shock and get one of them and play Pinball Effects Star Wars. I own a lot of the Pinball Effects Star Wars tables through Steam, so I don't feel bad for doing that. There's other things that I would use my PC for than just throw it in a pinball machine, personally. It's just me. Let's see here. Arcade Will says, "Hey Tech Buzz, what is the one camera to rule them off for broadcasting and showing games?" Oh man, I did a show, Broadcast Now, about this very subject because I get this asked a lot. What is the one camera to rule them all? And the answer to that is there is no one camera to rule them all. Just like anything else, I have certain cameras that I use for certain shoots or certain live streams that I do. Um, it's one of those things that you have to figure out. Like if you told me, hey, this is what I plan on doing, I could recommend a camera based off of that. But there is no one camera to rule them all. There's just not. I mean, guys will sit there and tell you, oh, you use this camera for everything, but I look at cameras the same way I look at a tool. There's what, hundreds of different versions of screwdrivers, but they all do the same thing. They screw in a screw. But there's screwdrivers with long handles, there's screwdrivers with long heads, there's screwdrivers with wide heads, there's screwdrivers with, small handles, angled handles to get into certain areas. Same thing's true with cameras. You can't just put a one size fits all on it. That's my opinion. You'll never hear me say you must buy this camera because it's the be all end all. And you can't say it. And if anybody says that to you, they probably have some kind of agenda or they're getting paid for by the company. And I work for PTZ Optics, right? So I love their cameras, but I would never say they're the be all end all because I use a camcorder to shoot B-roll stuff. I use these cameras for live. I use them for on location. So that's my answer. I hope that's not a skate around, but that's honestly the answer. I don't have the Vibs board, Average Gamer. I don't have that. Getting caught up here. I think if you want to get into PTZ cameras, let's say that. So Arcade Will wants to know, is the Huddle Cam HD, is that the most versatile? If you want to get into PTZ control without spending a fortune, and for some of you guys that are kind of doing this as a hobby, that is a fortune, right? $2,000. I mean, I do this for a living. This is my career. So having expensive cameras, if I have a camera that's under $1,000, it's I call it a throwaway camera. So if it gets broke, it's no big deal. Because in the industry, cameras are expensive, $3,000, $4,000. That doesn't mean I take care of them any less. It's just that's how I look at it. I expect anything under $1,000 to replace within 2 to 3 years, if that. So you want to get in the ground floor. You want to play around with PTZ control as you saw me do and have the camera move like that or up and down. It's a great entry level, $200, get you in the door, PTZ control over NDI. All you do is plug it in, hook it into your network, and boom, you're up and running. I would agree that is a good price to get in the door. Hope that helps. Let's see, Golden TV, or they only have used a few cameras. I have people tell me use a GoPro and it's good for everything. Oh man, yeah, no, GoPros are good. Like when I'm on the boat, I have a GoPro on my Bimini top cover. I put the GoPros there, and that gets like some side footage, but I also take a camcorder with me and I take a DSLR with me. It's kind of like saying one mic fits all, right? I use different types of microphones. I have the over-the-ear. I have a radio-style microphone. I have a shotgun microphone. I have condenser microphone. I have microphones for different things that I do. And just like there's no one size fits all, there's no one size fits all for cameras. And I've used a lot of cameras, so I can tell you what I suggest, but you also got to do what's good for your budget. This is a good question from Meatball Saucy. Really good question. Is there a good way to record ambient sound from, say, a pinball table and not have the mic pick up your voice as you talk in that same room? Great, great question. What I would suggest doing, depending on where the speaker is for your pinball table, or if you're talking about a real pinball table, not a digital, what I would suggest doing is getting like an instrument microphone. A microphone, usually they're condensers. Something that acoustic guitar players would use, drummers would use. They have a large diaphragm that picks up all around the microphone. You could set that level low enough that it picks up that ambient noise without picking up your mic. And you'd have to play with it depending on the room and how the room is with sound. You could set it at a low volume as far as input goes, to where it's picking up the sound of the pinball table, whether you boom it overhead or stick it underneath the pinball table, so it gets the knocking and everything. And you might be able to set it at a lower volume to where you talk and it doesn't pick it up. But it's going to be one of those things that you have to fine tune depending on the microphone that you're using. My guess is you're going to have a little bit of carryover, which isn't bad, but the trick is to get it balanced to where you hear more of the table and less of you, and that might mean moving the microphone back a little bit up from the underside or over top of it. Really depends. Now, if it's a digital table, what I would suggest doing is maybe putting it right above the back box where it picks up the speaker coming out, or booming it right into the speaker. Okay? And then just set the volume low. That should give that direction enough to pick up the ambient noise. And you could even try a dynamic microphone if you hook it right up. If you're going to point it right at the speaker, a dynamic microphone is going to be directional. So if you point it right at the speaker, obviously keep it back, half an inch, just like a musician would do with an amplifier. That's another way that you could keep it. But when you're talking about a real pinball table, a directional microphone is not going to be good. You're going to have to go with a condenser, like a Blue Yeti. That's a condenser microphone. So if anybody's wondering what that is, a dynamic microphone, like I'm using a condenser right now, but a dynamic microphone is directional. You have to talk into it. Like if I go to my shot number 2 here, and let me see if I can go to this. Do I even have a shot set up? I believe I do. I think it's this one. There it is. Okay, so that's this here. Let me get rid of this lower third. This here is a dynamic microphone. It's a directional. So a lot of musicians will use this on a kick drum. They'll use it on a acoustic guitar where they'll point the hole of the acoustic guitar. It looks like a condenser because it just looks like a radio microphone, but on this microphone, it even has, like on the bottom here, it says, this is the hot spot. I mean, this is the hot element. It actually says end fire, meaning the sound comes in here. If you talk into the side, you're not going to get any sound out of it, or it's going to sound like you're standing miles away. But this here, when we do it podcast style, we stick it in front of us and you talk directly down the barrel. Something like this, like a Shure SM58, they're less than $100. You could get something like that, or an ATR 2100 USB. Those microphones can range from $70 to $100. They're USB or XLR, so you could get something like that to use. I like the PR40s, but they are a $350 microphone for the desk scenario. But again, I have a different application. So I would look for something like that. Hope that helps. Again, this is okay. So Steve B says, again, this is great. As a guitar player, your amp sound can be so impacted by a mic type, placement, etc. Our tone is in your hands. 100%. 100%. Like, if you look at the Heil PR40s, that's who makes that microphone I showed you. For the last almost 12 to 15 years that I've been broadcasting, I've used the PR40 because we did a podcast style. PR40 by and far, and I've used a lot of different microphones. In fact, I've got. Let me just show you this. Let me go to my moving camera. Let me just show you this. Take the lower third down. This here, the company MXL Marshall sent me this. This is they wanted me to have a golden mic, but they thought about I should use this to broadcast. You guys have probably seen these like on the Tonight Show and Larry King Live, and it's an older style, what's called a ribbon microphone. This microphone, if I plug this in, it sounds like garbage for your voice. Put it up to an instrument, like an acoustic guitar. Depending on the tone you're looking for, as Steve B said in the chat room, it could be good. That microphone right here, again, sounds like crap for your voice. Garbage. Like, it's worse than like a $10 microphone from Radio Shack. That's the kind of garbage I'm talking about. $600 for that microphone. The PR40, on the other hand, over here, this PR40, this one goes for about $350. So just because it costs more doesn't necessarily mean it's better. And I'm telling you that because it's the type of microphone. So I just wanted to kind of show you guys that. I've used different microphones. They wanted me to use that, and I'm just like, I can't use that thing. It just sounds like garbage. So wireless mic with USB, there are some different wireless mics that you can get. The wireless system that I have is not USB. It goes to my mixer that's over there. It's XLR, so I ran the XLR through the ceiling. It goes down to a wireless transmitter that's actually underneath my desk that you can't see because I have a thing in front. And then I wear a pack, okay, that has a wireless. I also have another. Let me go to this camera. I also have another receiver under there that is for my headset. So my headset, it all goes down. I have a clip on the back of my collar here that holds my wires, so you don't see wires. And then I wear a belt pack. I don't know if you can see it. So this is for my transmitter for my ears. And then this is my transmitter for my microphone. So I wear that on like a little, it's an elastic belt, if you will. And so that's how I'm wireless. And usually it's better to go that way, in my opinion, because you have less interference. When you start getting into USB, you can run into some problems. Just my opinion. I thought they were $200 for the webcams, the Huddle Cam webcams. Let me see here. You might be right. Again, the pricing, could have changed. I guess it really depends on where you're getting them from. I thought for some reason they were like $200. So there is two types of HuddleCam HDs though. There is the ones that look like this. Let me go to this. this PTZ type style. What we're looking at, and I could have sworn they were $200 or $250. This here, the HuddleCam HD. See this, the HuddleCam HD Pro right here. So that's the one I'm talking about. So like I said, prices might have increased. That again, I don't work in sales and that. So let's see here. I just saw that you have a YOLO Live 4-input device. Any good? Looking to cheap mobile? It's not bad, the YOLO Live. I mean, for what I do, it's kind of, let me put it this way. It's like a glorified Android tablet inside of a hardware box that allows you to hook up, I think it's 2 HDMI cameras and I think there's a USB camera. There's 4 inputs, any way you look at it. but I don't remember if there was 4 HDMI's in it. I mean, it's decent if you want a simple switcher for, I don't know what they're going for now, because there is a YOLO Live Pro. I don't know if the YOLO Live Pro, if they decrease the value of the pricing of the original YOLO Live, is it still $1,000? I think that's what they were selling it for, and the Pro I thought was more. But I mean, for entry level, I mean, me personally, I would suggest just getting like a computer and putting like vMix or OBS on it and calling it a day. But you know, to each their own. But then you need capture cards. But there's cheap capture cards out there. I was just telling the guys earlier. There's a 4K capture card that I got. I paid $40 for it. It works great. I use it for my PS5 and my X. Well, I don't have the Xbox Series X in it, but my buddy had it hooked up to it. And works great. What's up, Kian? Yeah, arcade went up prices. Yeah. Everybody's prices are going up, right? Let's see here. Yeah, we're talking video production, we're talking gaming, we're talking just about everything. There's not really a set conversation piece here. Again, ask anything type of scenario. So again, if anybody wants to join, I'll put the link in again. And you can, if you want to jump on and ask questions, you can jump on. That's the link I have for today. And you're able to get on and get on like Glenn and Doug usually get on, or any of the other guys that I have on my shows, and ask any questions, whether it's gaming related or video related. Let's see here. This is good. Somebody's in the chat as John D loves you. Steven the man, please bring back Legends Center. You know, I think At Games officially killed Legends Center. I don't think that's ever going to come back. That's an At Games call. I have, unfortunately, no say in the matter. So, if you go here, let me see here. Yeah, I noticed if you bring them into as an MJPEG, those cheap capture cards, they're great for the price. They're great, especially like if you're doing 1080p. Like if you get a 4K capture card and you're doing 1080p cameras into it to get started, I don't see anything wrong with that. Now, and I'm going to say this term loosely because I know everybody calls me a pro, but as a pro, I'm going to put air quotes around that, I have to depend on quality because, again, you're dealing with $40 capture cards versus $300 capture cards. I can't have that overheating and dying in the middle of a production. I just can't. The hobbyist, I'm not saying they will, but the hobbyist that's spending $20 on a cheap Chinese capture card, maybe has a stream going for an hour, maybe two. They're not doing 8 to 10 hour productions. Okay, they're not probably going to have a problem with it. I'll just say this, when I go out on location and I do use those capture cards, I have for every 4, so if I have 4 of them that I'm using for 4 cameras, now I'm using NDI so I don't, but I'm just saying, I have 4 extra of those. In fact, I've even gone the distance of, I don't know if I have it handy here, sound cards, USB sound cards. We actually, a guy I was working with, the sound engineer on location fried my internal sound card because he didn't know that the amp, that there was an amp on the returns and the sends in the stage, fried my sound card. So now I carry at least 2 to 3 different USB sound cards with me on a given time when I go out on location. With those capture cards I carry, so if I was doing 4 cameras, I have 8 of those capture cards just in case because they're $20. If you get the 4K ones, they're $40. So might be overkill. But again, you're looking at somebody that does this for a living versus a hobbyist, and I'm not taking away from the hobbyist. That's why I said to the guys, The $20 capture cards are $17, whatever they are. They're great. You guys want to capture your retro games, your iArcades, your At Games Legends, because it's going to make them look phenomenal. But I can put that 1080 up against the 1080 that I'm producing now, and you'll see light years difference because of the compression. Exactly what Golden TTV was saying. So that's the difference. And as you get into this realm of broadcasting, you start to understand why cheap isn't always good. And it's not that we're gear snobs or anything like that. I some people, they sit there like, oh yeah, these guys are they just think they have all the best stuff. I say this because I've learned by buying the cheap stuff and having it fail on me, and that's the last thing that I want to happen for anybody. In fact, I'm going to put it on the motion camera real quick, and I'll give you a good example of this. Okay, let me just move this out of the way here. I have this cabinet here. You can't see it because of the monitor, but I have a cabinet here that has a ton of gear. It's probably trying to track me down here because I'm in this cabinet. But it has a, I'm going to see if I can find this for you, because this is a great example. At least you can still hear me. Here's one. Here it is. Here they are. Here they are. Okay. Cool. All right. So, back before NDI, everything was all SDI. Everything, like, there was HDMI too, but like you were using camcorders and things like that. And everything is expensive when it comes to HDMI and SDI. You're just like, oh my gosh, you know. So I went out and bought these cheap AVUE, AVUE, okay? These are HDMI to SDI converters. So basically, if you have a camcorder that does HDMI, you plug it into one end. I had the TriCaster, which is SDI, which is the BNC connector on the side. It looks like coax. Comes out of here, goes into your TriCaster, and that's your converter. And then you power it by plugging it in. These things I bought for $30, okay? These are the same type of converter made by a company called AJA. These same converters cost $350. Well, why would you do that? You could buy 4 of these and still be under the price of this. I got these almost 12 years ago, and they still work. I got these around the same time. Out of 8 of them that I bought, I have 2 left that work. One of them is actually under the basketball hoop across the studio, and this one. The rest of them died within 24 months. Died, dead. So, if you figure out that I spent, let's say $30 roughly for each of them with tax and everything, I spent, $400 or $500 on these for 8 of them. Then I had to turn around and spend another, because I needed 8 of these, $350 a piece for this. So I ended up spending almost double if I would have just went with the better quality, right? That's why I'm saying that to you. Not trying to be a gear snob. I'm trying to explain to you the reason I suggest when it comes to certain things, I suggest going with the better route. I mean, you could even feel these. I mean, this one is so light compared to this. I mean, the electronics, everything, the warranty behind this versus this. 2 devices do the exact same thing. One's better made, one's not. And the same thing's true for other cabling, equipment, things like that. Just because it's cheap doesn't mean it's good. Now, granted, I did suggest to everybody to get one of those capture cards because the testing that I did, I've gone at least a year now with one of them that I use regularly. Not a problem. All the other ones are still going. In fact, I lent them out to buddies of mine who's starting to broadcast. So they've been doing very well with them. And the 4K one, I use it for my PS5 streams, and I have no issues with them. Quality's coming a long way. I'm not saying all cheap things are bad. I'm just saying when you're dealing with mission critical things like I'm doing, where I'm going out on location and I can't just pull out a converter from my box because it's at home and I'm 2 hours away, and I don't want to carry all this extra stuff more than I need to. Anybody that does remote production knows what I'm talking about. Um, I got to spend the money for the better stuff, so I know that it's gonna do well. So keep that in your mind. You ultimately control your finances. You control what you need to buy, what you can buy. And if that's all you can afford, get the cheaper one. But just know you run the risk of it dying out. That's all I'm saying. So let's see here. I'm going to go back to the comments here. Let's see here. Golden TTB. Oh, I would never use them. But when people don't want to spend $400 for a good one and not suing, it is 12 hours of time. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He says, so true. I still have my original Magewell 6 years, and they have been through like 6 cam links. There you go. Love me some AJA. I had the IO4K. I actually had the IO4K too. I had that for review. AJA power supply blew up when lightning hit the bar, and they sent me a replacement overnight to ensure the show. Sorry, I have the chat down on the screen down below here, so I can't read it off of like one of the other guys that were in here. I can't read it off of the screen; it's too small. I actually have a Kona card. I think that was the first 4 input card that AJA had. I have that. I don't use it for anything because I don't have any hardware that's that old to run it. But I really like the AJA capture stuff. But even the Blackmagic, I recommend people going to Magewell now because Blackmagic, I've just had now I haven't had any of their new stuff. But back with the Intensity Pro and the Decklink Quad, I had issues where the firmware would just like freeze and I'd brick my device. You can't have that when you're in mission critical events. You just can't. Now my Wirecast gearbox has a Yuan card in it, which so far it's good. It does what it needs to do. It's a Wirecast gearbox, but I run vMix on it. Just runs better. So it's kind of like I'm saying this to you guys that are building these pinball tables and you're modding them and you're adding capture cards to play them. Don't cheap out, because when you start doing that, that's when problems happen. And those parts and components in the Legends Pinball and all these other arcade cabinets are fragile as they are. Spend a couple extra bucks, get quality. Again, I say this, and I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. It's quality over quantity. Think about that even with the videos that you create. You notice I don't whip out videos 2-3 times a week. I do live. I go live twice a week. I have 2 shows. I believe firmly in quality over quantity. Take the time, and when I do a video, I try to put my best foot forward. Or if it's something I have to get out, it's time sensitive, it can be thrown together. And I know a lot of guys, time sensitive, we got to get this out there. I get it. But just like with anything, it's quality over quantity. And that's how I've approached everything, whether it's live video content. I try to do that within my means as I can. And one of the things, easy tip for you guys, you gamers out there that are doing these live shows, look at your camera. Don't look down. Don't look off to the side. Don't look and do one of these numbers. Look at your camera when you're talking to your audience. That's how you build that connection. That's how you notice, like when I switch cameras, there's a reason I talk about this. When I switch cameras and I go over to here, you'll watch my eyes. I will turn. I have tally lights that tell me which camera is going live, even though I know because I'm switching to it. I want to get intimate with the audience. I want to look at you guys. I want you to know that I'm talking directly to you, just like if we were standing and having a conversation. There's too many guys that are not doing that, and it makes for a bad production. Because it'd be like, and it's natural to kind of look down time to time, but when you're talking to somebody, It's almost like when you're having a conversation with somebody, you meet them in the mall, or you run into them at your local store, and you're talking to them, and they're doing this. Mhm. Or if I was doing a live show and I'm doing this, right? It's like I'm not giving you the time of day. That's why I'm here, right? I'm here to talk with you or engage with you. But if I'm not going to give you the time of the day, then why are you here, right? So just a little, just kind of throw that out there as a tip. Now, because I'm self-producing, I do have to look down from time to time, switch, and that's not what I'm talking about. Some of the producers out there know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a lot of the guys out there that do a good job. They have a big audience, and that's why. Golden TTV says, I will say their new stuff isn't so bad or as bad. Black Magic is getting better. But yeah, Yuan has been great and Mage well, but man, some of those Black Magic prices. Now, Black Magic does have that new ATEM switcher, which is what, 300 and some dollars? Is that what it was? I think that's what I saw it as before. That's not a bad price. Like I'd actually say to get that over the YOLO box. If somebody had asked about the YOLO box, I, I don't know. I might go that route. Get the Black Magic ATEM switcher over that. That's just you want to get in an entry level price with a hardware switcher, get the Black Magic switcher. It's a good price. 300 some dollars. I think that's what it was. I actually thought about getting one just to review because I know a lot of guys that are starting out with software solutions. I mean, you still need a software solution to encode. I don't know if theirs does any kind of encoding. Again, I haven't played with it. Last time I played with an ATEM was back when it was rack mountable. The very first ATEM that they ever came out with. Very basic. I called it the glorified capture card. Um, So I don't know, but you'd still need like a piece of software like OBS. So what I would do is like buy that, right, for 300 and let's say it's $350. You buy that, download OBS, get a cheap capture card, okay, get one of them $20 capture cards, take the output of the Blackmagic switcher because you can do 4 inputs with that Blackmagic switcher. You have your 4 guests and or multiple cameras, whatever you want to do, and you're under 500 bucks and you have a professional setup. I mean, yeah, the capture card's cheap, but it'd be enough just to get you going until you could save some money to get a better capture card. Um, but yeah, that's kind of something that I would kind of go instead of the YOLO box. Nothing against the YOLO box, but for a studio application, you want something that's more permanent. Hollywood Polo says, Steven, just talked to my pinball friend. He's going to come over and install Vibs and DMD for me. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. That's probably a good thing to do, Hollywood, to have a friend that's very capable with the pinball to do that because it's not for the faint of heart, and you don't want the pinball table getting broken. Just gonna say that because it could happen. Yeah, you could also do that. Absolutely, Golden Tee. You could do cheap ISO recording. I have an Atomos Ninja that it's up here on my back shelf. Let me go to this shot here. It's right up there. It's a Ninja. It does HDMI, and that one records directly to a hard drive, and it's touchscreen. I use it with my um, camcorder that I hooked to the Live View so that I can ISO record what's coming out because you don't know if YouTube will drop the feed or anything, so I don't want to rely on that. I rely on the ProRes copy. Hollywood. Oh, okay, so he's asking Hollywood. Hollywood, what tables are you playing a lot on the Legends pinball? I still like Rescue 911 and Hot Wheels. Just throwing that out. I know that you asked Hollywood, but that's the one I play a lot. Keen. Yeah, so I mean, guys, keep the question. We don't have to talk about all broadcasting the whole time. Feel free. You can change the subject or whatever. I'll talk both subjects. That's fine too. Again, this is totally impromptu. This is just like if we were all sitting around just chit chatting. Um, Golden Tea says I use the Atomus as well, but but a one device that would record four devices is attractive for me. Yeah, no, I agree with that. With the TriCaster, I can record ISOs with it too, which is why I never went and bought an external one for it. But Dominic, you can still jump on, man. There's still time. I can give you a link here if you want to jump on. I'll just post that there in the chat. Like I said, this was totally impromptu. So I figured if I turn the cameras on, some people might show up, some might not. That's okay. I wanted it to be more or less where people get heard and can actually get their questions answered, rather than um, you start going down rabbit trails and never get anything answered. I'm with you, Meatball. I like the deluxe tables as well. They do, but I really like the Space Invaders table from Taito. That's the one. I haven't even played the other three. I'm sorry to say that, but I play that Space Invaders one. I love. Hey, Camo, I love that Space Invaders table. That I think that's my favorite title. I shouldn't say that because I haven't played the other three, but I always play that one, and it's kind of funny. Does anybody else feel the same way? Do you guys like the Space Invaders one? I do. Michael Manna or Stevie Richards, if you guys, he liked it too. I mean, that was one of the tables he was even playing off camera. When after we were all done recording, he played a couple of them. He really liked that one. So okay, good talking your head off. No, you're fine, man. You're fine. Um, all right, Golden TTV. It was great to have you here. We'll see you next time. Appreciate you stopping by and contributing. That was a great conversation. Yeah, Space Invaders is a lot of fun. Man, I think we're having a game night here tonight. So some of the guys haven't played Space Invaders, and what I might do, we'll see. What I might do is crank up OBS over there instead of all this, and bring in the NDI, or I'll bring it in through Wirecast. Do a playlist of the other cameras through the game room with the game room on, and have it run like every 5 or 10 seconds. Switch a camera through game night, so you guys can like watch what's going on if you want to, if it's something that would interest you. Um, I'm gonna have to check that Hollywood Devil's Riders. I'll have to check that. Yeah, I'll be honest with any of the Zechariah tables. I don't play any of the old ones. I play all like the newer ones where they say like 2017 or 2018. Nothing against the older ones, you know. Frontline is your jam, Brad says. Okay. Oh, we got Kean. He's actually calling in. Let's see what happens here. See if we got him in the studio here. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Good.
You sitting here
Can you hear
listening?
me all right?
I can hear you. You sitting here listening to our banter, huh?
Yeah. Just thought I'd pop in.
Yeah, no worries. Let me get us situated here. I gotta pull up the just because we had it going on here. So what have you been up to? What
Same
is
old
it?
man. Working a lot. Took a little time off.
Cool,
Vacation,
cool, cool.
Yeah. So now I'm kind of getting back in the mix of YouTube again.
Fun, isn't it? Takes up and consumes your
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Hopefully the lighting's good and everything. I don't.
Well, yeah, you're getting there. I mean, I like your background. That's you got a nice setup
I had to
there with
put.
the background.
Yeah, it goes pretty far. It's not done even. Thanks.
Hey, it's a good way to start. And that with the lighting, you know what you could do too to help that. Let me see here.
I
You
have a light in front. Like,
get yourself one of these.
yeah,
Get
and put
yourself
it.
a ring light and put it on, and it's dimmable, and that's all the light you'll need.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because this one's like a small flip up one.
Yeah, because if you
It's
notice on your right side, you have a bit of shadowing on it,
more
like
right. It's
so.
coming from this. Well, it's coming from this angle.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, something like that. It's minor. It's not a major thing, but that would be something that you can do. So you're gonna try to do like a live stream, or are you trying to do just YouTube videos? What are you trying to do?
No. Well, eventually I want to make some YouTube video, but not anything crazy.
Okay,
I want to, just make some maybe videos of my own setups and stuff like that.
cool.
Yeah.
We got Don trying to call in too here. Let's see here, get him on.
Hey, everybody.
Hey Don, can you hear us? I think he can. I'm not sure. He might have to. I can see him. Oh, I think I can hear him. Say something, Don. Can we hear you?
Got no audio.
I got. I can hear you.
I don't
We
know
we
if it's my problem.
yeah. We can hear you.
I can't hear anything on my end. Let me try and do this. This
Okay.
got frozen. My bad. Try this again.
Okay. He's gonna try it again. So with the YouTube videos, you're gonna do like more just like reviews. What are you gonna do?
Uh, Personally, I mean, I'm not into like I'm not looking to get subscribers or be anything big or anything. I just want to make videos of my own, let's say mods or things I make or my setup in general.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's it. I'm not into like, crazy production stuff on YouTube or anything like that.
See, I'm not into the whole. I mean, I get subscribers, whatever. I'm not like a lot of these guys set like milestones. Like I want to get to 10,000 subscribers or 15 or 20. Like for me, it's
Yeah,
just been all organic. I'm more about the live stuff. That's that's what I do. I mean,
yeah, yeah, clear video. I mean, talk about tech. I like a lot of, it's
yeah.
informational, and that's why I usually watch. Even if I'm not in the room, I'm on my cell phone and I don't log into a lot of streams when I'm working and stuff like that. I'm on the sideline, but I'm always watching the regulars on YouTube, the guys that are in here, you guys. Yeah, I mean, I find out a lot of info even if I'm not in the chat. I'm on my cell in the car. I leave it on my stereo or whatever. I just listen to shows.
Well, and that's kind of what I tried to do today. Even I tried to. A lot of these guys, like your average gamer, and there's some other guys in here that are trying to do live shows, and they want to step it up. They want to get better, and how that's how you learn. That's how I learned. I learned from watching people that were better than me. I learned from challenging myself and really putting it in there. So I thought, well, this is a great way that I can come on, and the guys that want to hear about it, they'll stick around. The guys that don't, they'll kind of move along. Ways that they could up their production value, and because ultimately, in my opinion, that's how a lot of good YouTubers get glazed over because there's so much stuff on YouTube that the garbage I'm saying that loosely, like the guy that comes on with his cell phone and he's doing this, right, shooting video.
Mhm.
overshadows the guy that's like yourself, who's putting time into it. And I know you're not about the subscribers, but that's you don't get seen then, and it makes it disheartening for doing the content.
Right.
That's just my opinion.
No, what I noticed, like, all right, I've been on YouTube a long time, and I had another channel for my business.
Hmm.
Somewhere or another, Google took over. I lost my password, and there's no way for me to even get it back. I didn't have a lot of subscribers at the time, but the channel had a lot of potential because it's based on my business and stuff like that. Um, I made videos in the past where maybe by accident I got 14,000 views because the way it was worded or misleading to something else. Like I put vampire on one of my videos. I had a vampire fish, or a fish
Okay.
tank. There's another name for it. I forget. Very crazy looking fish, very rare. That's what I'm into on my other. If you look to this side of my camera, maybe I tilt it. There's a bunch of fish tanks, things like that.
Oh,
But
nice.
anyhow, yeah, I'm into all kinds of crazy stuff. The guys on Discord or YouTube around know what I do,
Yeah.
but it's kind. I got a lot of hobbies. Let's put it like that.
That's right.
Besides games and fish and motorcycle stuff and car, it's just a lot of hobbies. RC stuff, remote control, the drones, things like that. I go into all kinds of stuff, but yeah. So like I was saying, like my videos are based on my hobbies.
That's cool though.
Yeah, what was weird is I made a video not too long ago, about 6, 7 months back, of my arcade, the basement behind me, and in full kind of. Let me lower the camera. Kind of in full, more or less, when I started making it. I want to do a new video because I got so much more added. So I'm thinking of waiting until a couple more cabs come. I finish moving some things around, and I'll make a new video. So I had a question for you. Like, what I bought recently, I don't know, like, what kind of cameras would be good to. I have a GoPro 4 I just bought. I don't know how good it is. I hardly even used it. Would that be a sufficient camera to make a video on, or?
I always say use what you have, but I'm going to ask you
Okay.
a question with it.
Hmm.
The GoPro shoots the fisheye lens.
Okay. So I would need a wide lens for it.
Well, it's gonna make it look beveled, like the
Oh,
video.
gotcha.
You know what I mean? That
Hmm.
fisheye lens.
Hmm.
So, since you're trying to do recorded content like that, what kind of cell phone do you have?
I got a S9, still a Samsung.
Well, I mean, it'll do 1080.
Yeah, it will.
So maybe
I think I recorded my last one on it at 1080 at least.
the thing that people make the mistakes with doing their cell phones is they try to hold them steady. As good as the steadiness is inside of it, like the newer phones, they're a lot better. Like you can hold them, but they tend to do this. I mean, it happens. You're walking. You might want to look on Amazon and get yourself a little handheld gimbal,
Yeah. Okay.
and it'll have a shaft, and you could use it for any new phone you get. And then you
Hmm.
stick the phone in it like that, and what it does is
Gotcha.
it
Gotcha.
floats it so it looks like it's steady, like a camcorder.
Okay.
So to keep it cheap but have good quality, you have a phone, you might as well use it.
So the gimbal is the way to
Yeah,
go.
yeah, I would. I'm in the process myself of getting myself a gimbal when I do my game pickups,
Hmm.
because it's so simple rather than carrying a camcorder with you and people kind of looking at you strange when you're walking into a store with a professional camcorder and they're like, oh, is this the news or something? Um,
Yeah.
let me see if I can find. I know DJI.
Yeah, I know
They make a good gimbal. Now you're gonna pay. You're gonna
three
pay.
something.
But if you're looking for one for like, I mean, let's just say $100. That's inexpensive. Amazon has some here, $129, $99, $79. A gimbal, I'd get the cheapest one you can within reason. I mean, I'd look at the reviews and stuff. Like this $79 one, the DJI Osmosis. I know DJI. I would buy this one. That's me. I would
Hmm.
buy this one and not think twice. Or I might spend the extra money for $99 and get the Mobile 3, right, which is the combo, whatever they give you with that. Um, but this thing here, it's going to hold it steady, either sideways or up and down, and then you have control here with it where you can start recording, move it around, that type of thing. I would use your phone, man. I would
Yeah, yeah, with
if
the
you're
gimbal, of course.
if you're not if you're not trying to turn this into some big production, right? There's no
Right,
sense
I'm
of
not. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
not looking. I like just to make videos for people to see. I don't even. I mean, I'm not trying. I just want it to be clear,
right,
obviously, and
sure,
not too crazy. Moving around. I don't want any blur in it.
right,
It has to do with light a lot. I know that.
yep.
So if the lighting isn't right, even on a cell phone, it could be crap. So I understand what you mean. I think that is the best bet because the GoPro I usually use for driving on the bike I have or things like that.
Yeah. So Keo Dykin in the chat room, he's agreeing he would go with the newer. I mean, for $100, I mean, you're set. Honestly, you could do content out and about, and that doesn't mean you can't use your GoPro. Maybe you would set that up to do like just a wide shot of your arcade, right? And that you could edit in, as what we call B-roll, right? As you're doing it, you have that filming as you're walking, and then in your editing software, you can cut between that because the GoPro is where it excels is those wide shots. It's clear on a wide shot. It's when you get it close, it kind of does that fisheye bevel. And I think Keo says in here, because I haven't bought a GoPro since I want to say the Hero 4 or the Hero 5 because I've been getting these knockoff ones that work for what I'm doing on the boat. I have like 6 knockoffs and they work great. And if they fall in the water, I'm not out $600.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't want to lose it, right? So that would be that would be my suggestion is going with the gimbal. Like I said, that's on my to purchase list right now to get because of um, they're inexpensive, and I always have my phone. And you could even keep the gimbal. I think it folds up to where you could keep it in like a cargo pant or something like that. That you could always have it with you, pull it out, and you're filming, and you got good quality.
So the $99 one from DJI is the newer one.
I I believe so. You might have to check it out.
Yeah, I'll look into it a
The
little more.
the Osmo Mobile 3, I think that is the newer one. I don't
Hmm.
know for 100% certain. There is an Osmo 4 I see here. That's $129. So again, you have to decide. Let me go to this one here. You have to decide whether and again I don't know if that's the latest one either, but again if you're just trying to keep it cheap, maybe it doesn't matter to you to have
No, it
the
doesn't
latest and
matter. I'd
greatest.
like to have a decent one. I don't want to. I don't want to be cheap with it. I'd like
Right.
to have something decent, especially if I'm videoing whatever it is.
I would compare
Um,
the features that they have for it and see which one, one might have better battery life. I'm assuming they're using batteries to kind of help hold it and whatnot.
mhm.
Um, Me personally, I'm probably gonna go. I would go with like the 129, the DJI 4. Let's see here. Uh,
Yeah,
let's see what GoPro Hero 7 or higher is better. Yeah, okay. Keo says here.
yeah, it's nice. Well, I mean, for what it is, but you know,
He says he uses it a lot for his videos. The only problem is the 7 gets really really hot if you record with it. That's always been a problem for GoPros in my
batteries
opinion.
on the phone.
It
Yeah.
it well no on the GoPros they just get really
Oh,
hot.
oh, yeah. My GoPro gets massive hot.
Yeah, he just says don't get the original Osmo. Okay, so you could go
Okay.
with a 3
Yeah,
or a 4. Um,
I'll go with the newer one. Screw it.
I
I mean,
mean you're
I
talking
got.
$30, right?
Nah, nah, it's fine.
Yeah. So
It's not. Of course, if it's a little better in certain ways for $30, I'll look at it. But yeah, I'm probably go with that one
so
for sure.
if you guys watch my buddy Steve Wright on YouTube, Mr. Rightway, on how to build your game collection. If you've ever seen him, he films with his cell phone all the time, except when he's in his studio. He uses his Sony, I think it's the i7 something, same one Doug uses for his show when he's on, right? But when he's out on location, he uses a DJI Osmo uh, with his iPhone 12 Pro. That's what he uses when he's out, like at the different events, when he's with John Riggs and all those guys when they're at the different conventions. So if you want to see what it looks like with a gimbal, I mean, he's always doing this, or and it looks like somebody's with a camcorder. And that's kind of what I wanted it for when I'm going game hunting. You know.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, for me, I don't need it for anything crazy, so I think that will fit the bill, you know. And especially for like just in the house type of thing, hobby things. If I go outside, I use other stuff, or you know, a drone or blah blah
Yep.
blah, you know. But I understand like the gimbal, like I don't know, maybe I thought of it a while ago and it kind of never thought of it again. But now that I'm thinking about it, that's what I need, you know.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate bringing that up because that's for what I'm doing. It's not professional. It's just for personal use, you know, and for
Yeah.
people to see, but have it clear and have it steady online. That's all.
No, exactly. That's kind of why I asked, and I forget who it was in the chat room. They were like, okay, so what's the be all end all camera? It's like, well, I can't answer that because just like your use case, you told me this is what I want to do. This is the only thing that I choose to do. Why would I tell you
Yeah.
to buy $1,000 camera to do that?
Not exactly. I would,
Yeah,
you know.
it makes no sense. So your application, this is perfect for what you're trying to
Hmm.
do, and I also have a drone too. I do the same thing. In fact, I had to shoot one at the football field a couple days ago for my buddy for the upcoming football season for the local high school.
Hmm.
You know, those gimbals are incredible. You know, even on a drone.
Oh, oh, and the drone's crazy.
So
Yeah.
I have
Totally move.
I don't have the latest one. I have like the Phantom 3 standard from DJI,
Hmm.
but it does. I got it for a
Oh
hundred
yeah.
bucks, new
Oh wow.
from an old guy who won it at a bingo hall, and everything was new. He opened the package and realized that it was a lot more complicated than he thought. He just he said he spent $100 that night at bingo, and that's what he wanted to get back.
Yeah, that's good right there.
So yeah, and he was glad that it was going to a video producer, and that's all I wanted it for was shooting video. And I once a year maybe I get it out or twice a year because of unless I fly it for fun. But
Yeah. No, I know a lot of people that do that for a living, you know, for commercials and things like that.
oh
I
yeah,
just do it for fun. Like anyone else, I do it for fun, for family events. We go out, have a barbecue.
yep.
I mean, what better thing could you put up to shoot the whole family than a drone, you know?
Well,
So,
and that's the thing. You said somebody does it for a living. Somebody does it for a living. They're gonna spend
oh,
2-3 grand
oh,
on
they
a
got,
drone.
yeah, at least.
I'm
I
not.
know one guy, $7,000, my
Oh,
friend.
jeez.
He does commercials for like
Sure.
Jack, was it Jack, Jim Beam, like some of the
Yeah.
liquor companies and stuff like that. He'll fly into like Yankee Stadium, into the actual stadium, around the stadium. They'll use his clips instead of helicopters, of course. You know?
Well, it's cheaper.
Oh yeah,
You know how much fuel you
you
got to
get
spend for? I mean, we're in that era right now where you don't need that. You can do it all with
no,
a drone.
it's amazing. Like the drones came a long way. I remember I started flying back in 2000, maybe 2000, 2001. RC planes. I mainly fly like ducted fan jets. Long
Okay.
story short, I got in from cars to very light planes to jet planes and then into drones. That's kind of the way it faction,
Yeah, like I
you
said,
know?
with me doing some of the content I do in the outdoors, I wanted that flyover going over across like a forest or a woods
Yeah,
area, just to run as background for my sponsor reels where I put up like this episode is brought to you by, and then I have the sponsor reel as the drones flying over the woods. It looks
yeah,
cool,
exactly.
you know?
Or flying after a car.
Yeah.
We made some fun videos like where we made the drone follow cars and stuff like that. And or we will fly airplanes while the drone is taking shots of all of us in the field. You know, it's a lot of fun. You know, yeah, the drone thing came a long way. FPV is not my thing. FPV is a little too much for me in
Yeah.
general.
Well, there's
It's
there's
just
there's a lot of drone features too, doesn't it? That it'll follow you. Like you could set it to
yeah,
follow a person. I haven't gotten into
yeah,
that, but
yeah. I did
that's
that.
pretty
It's
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
I had to follow a car over a mile. Like, and then I was
Oh
like, you know,
wow.
it's yeah, behind my car, and I think it was actually keeping up to like 30 miles an hour, 40.
Like I
But
said,
yeah,
I'm not a professional when it comes to that.
hey, it's only a button away, bro. You just press a button and say follow me, and if anything happens, it will do whatever. You know?
I want to see here. I'll show you some footage here. The other, like I said, the other day, I had to do the football field. He wanted one where, uh, hang on a second. He wanted one where the shot. Let's go to this. He wanted a shot where we go racing down the 50-yard line, 6 inches above, and he said he wanted to make it look like I was going to crash right into it. The thing is,
Oh wow.
I did crash into it. Boom, right there.
Yeah,
And it was just a little, I just nipped it. And it was enough that it flipped it over upside down, and the propellers were like making it slide across there. It was hilarious. It didn't damage it
holy
or anything, but
crap!
I just had to recalibrate it kept giving me like a
I got lucky.
calibration error.
Jesus.
So then you'll see him eventually come and pick it up.
Pick it up. Yeah.
But I ended up shutting it down, or maybe he cut that part off. But he wanted it because he's going to edit it and do some. This all was for B-roll, 6 inches off the ground, you know. And so when
Oh
I
wow.
started lifting across, you see me cut back because a crosswind
Yeah.
came, and it was like it was too late. It was gone.
Oh. Oh man.
Yep. And I had one where I accidentally landed it on the roof up there too. It came down. Luckily, I just touched down and I pulled it back up. I hadn't
So you're
flown it
not
in a
a
year.
yeah. I'm good with the drone. It's pretty much easy, man. To me, I flew it pretty far before. Actually, to the I think the farthest I got was a couple miles away, and it's pretty incredible. But honestly, I'm more into planes like
Yeah.
RC jets, things that you have control over, but you got to be really careful because the littlest move, you know, that's the only thing I ever crashed was plane. Thank God I crashed a drone because the DJI is way, too expensive to start crashing, and they're pretty much fly by themselves almost, unless you're in some crazy, crazy wind, you know.
Yeah.
I like the wind. The wind is my best friend when I fly RC planes. People are like you're crazy. It's 30-mile-an-hour winds. I'm like, yeah, it's perfect. Why? Like you're almost like cruising waves in the wind, and people don't realize you don't even have to use that much power. But
Yeah.
I used to go out there when there'd be a hurricane close coming. I'd go out there with my one of my cheaper planes and fly it, and you see it in the wind. It's like riding a bull.
Wow.
Put some cameras on it. Yeah, it's you gotta have fun in life, man. Have a couple of good hobbies. Game thing became for me the games, the arcades for me over COVID became that's when I started collecting stuff. So I got so bored of sitting home. I'm like, the space bin is too big, just leave it. Started getting into a lot of the old school stuff. It brought up so much memories on YouTube. I'm like, you know what? Let me get into it. That's what you see in the background, and it keeps, I started getting into the scene again. So
I think we all went when we went through COVID. Um,
yeah,
we started doing it. My kids started getting into it, and we found the arcade one ups, and it's just one of those things where you just get into it. Now you have all this stuff, and then you're like me, where you're kind of like, man, I'd like a little bit more room, and you start considering
yeah.
consolidating them, like getting the class of '81 and things like that.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I just put a little like mini RC track on the floor down here, and for my to run these little Kyosho mini Z cars are pretty fun for like indoor racing and stuff like that, or for my daughter to play with, and me and her to set up the track and run around or whatever, play with the
Yeah.
cars. So now I just took up more room in my basement. My wife walked down here. She's like, "What is that? What'd you put on the floor?" I'm like, "You can't really." Let me see if I can get a little. You know what? Never mind. I'll leave the camera regular. It's like screw you right now. But behind my couch there's an actual almost like a on-road RC track, you know.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so I built it and made it all cool for her. And
Cool.
now I'm just thinking when I have people over, I'm gonna have to take it apart, put it in the back room, or people are gonna be stepping all over it. But hey, it's just like one thing after another. I don't know how I get mixed up into these hobbies, man. I fall into one thing, I find something online, I'm like, damn it, and then I start buying into something. You know, it's just like, holy crap, when does it end? I don't know. It's not
No.
about even the arcade hobby. It's about any hobby.
Yep.
People don't realize once you get into something, it's ongoing. It started with fish. It started with this. Then you have 6 fish tanks. Then you're doing massive saltwater. You're buying corals that cost ridiculous amounts. Then they die on you. I'm just saying, this is how the hobbies are working. You know?
Yep.
So I wonder myself, what am I doing? So sometimes I sit down, I'm like, all right, what hobby's next? Or what do I need to sell to go into
Yep.
another hobby?
I was just gonna say
You know?
I had to cut myself off because I started like buying action figures and the new
Oh
wrestling
God.
elite action figures, and then I'm running out of wall room where I hang them, and I'm going, okay,
Dude, I
I
just
got
had
to
a
cut it
box
off.
from
I just
a
can't
box
do
just came in just now in my back room. I didn't even I just barely opened it up. It has like Puppet Master
it.
and aliens from one of these
You have
couple of
you have to
those.
go to another room.
I have a whole back room. My wife's gonna shoot me soon enough. It's stacked to the brim with boxes. Everything is just piled back there. And I told her I'll get it out. I'm gonna make my other closet into a nice collectible room. And I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, I could probably fill 3 of these closets. What am I gonna do? So yeah, I'm in a little trouble right now with. I mean, I have space, but I have 3 cats that run around. They tear stuff up if they want, you know.
Yeah.
So, but
That's
yeah, hobbies get addictive, man. It's a problem.
I
I
had to
find
move stuff
myself
too.
bidding on. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't even know what to do sometimes. I'm thinking of where am I moving my fish tanks now, because of the other cabinets that are coming out, and it's like you want them, but you can't have them, but you're still gonna get them. You know, that's how it works. Thank God my wife is cool. She stays upstairs. This is my domain. She comes down here to do laundry is about as much as I see her down here, and I like it like that. Hopefully life stays like this for a long time,
So
you know?
she doesn't play games or anything like that. She doesn't play the arcades.
Well, funny you mentioned that. I got Burger Time for her for 1UP when it first
Yeah.
released, and she played it like, I don't know, 4 times. Never came back to it.
That bad, huh?
Shoot me. Yeah, and my daughter, she's worse because I even try to bring up games on IR Arcade
Yeah.
that are new and like very, like that one Sir Fart a lot, whatever the hell it is, the one that guys farting all the time. I'm like, you like farts? So hey, play this. And she's playing it, plays it for like 20 minutes. I never seen her again.
So how
You
old is
know?
she? 7?
No, she's gonna be 11.
She's gonna be 11. Okay. Because I was gonna
Yeah,
say
so
maybe that's
she's,
why she's not like my 12-year-old.
I don't
She could
know.
care less. She'll play when
Yeah,
people are here, but
Switch. It's all about a
yeah,
Switch.
Fortnite
Nintendo
and the
Switch.
Switch. Yep, that's why I started playing Fortnite because I play with them all the time.
Yeah. Oh, do you have a boy?
I do. I have a son. He's just turned 9.
Okay, so that's why. My daughter plays, if she played anything, it would have been Roblox for when she was younger, but
My
now she
daughter
kind of
plays
grew
that.
out of it.
She plays
That thing's
Roblox
crazy.
and
No, it's
Minecraft.
cards. You gotta buy cards to spend money on that crap. I'm buying stuff. What do you want for the holiday? I want a Roblox card. I'm like,
Yep,
what?
exactly. Or
Roblox
Fortnite V-Bucks. That's what they asked for. My daughter
card.
plays.
Fortnite. Well, if I had a, oh, she plays Fortnite.
She plays Fortnite. Yeah, she's good.
Oh, so maybe your son got her into that.
The
No.
4 of us will play. My wife even plays it.
Oh, oh.
She has
I have
a
some
Switch Lite.
friends on that play it. Fortnite I never got. I mean, I never personally got into that. My daughter never brought it up, but all my daughter's friends, kids play it. Let's say, yeah,
Oh
I'd
yeah,
say that.
No, I mean, I Camo says I can relate to all this. My grandson and me are doing Hot Wheels. Yeah, I mean, it's every like when we have game night and I have all the arcades going to pinball. My daughter will play pinball. She gravitates to the pinball more than any
Oh
of the other
wow, I'm
ones.
surprised.
She, for the longest time, for the Legends pinball, she had the highest score out of anybody on Rescue 911. She had like 600,000 when we first came out. Now, granted, there's probably only a couple hundred people that had it at the time, but she had the highest score on it. PK asked me if it was mine. I was like, no, it was my daughter that did that, and so he
Mm.
kind of put it in one of his, I don't know, his one of his promotional things that he talks to dealers and gamers with and stuff. But she really liked that game and she played it. But the other stuff, she really just kind of she'll play like Rock
Yeah, they
Band or stuff.
yeah they get bored too quick too. Like I
Hmm.
notice, like especially the older games when they're playing Switch, they're on so much newer
Yep.
technology. You know, look at the graphics. I always tell her what you have nowadays is.
It was like a
I
cartoon
was
for us.
playing freaking RBI. I was playing like me and my buddies used to play. Used to come upstairs. We used to live in a building, whatever, in New York. Growing up, 7, 8 years old, whatever. Used to play RBI baseball on Nintendo. I remember, or some of the older games where you used to sit down. We play for hours,
Yep.
But the graphics. I look at her playing like that Roblox. It's just like games I would play,
Yep.
nowadays. I'm like, wow, you guys got it made. You guys are playing stuff, and I mean, I don't like it because of you got to look out for those pedophile type people with when you got kids nowadays, even more than ever. So I'm always online, like looking to see who she's talking to. You never know; these people drag kids into things.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, so that's why I don't like. That's the part I don't like. I feel like they're growing up a little way too fast. On that end on Roblox and things where you only have to be this old to go online. And we never had online. When did we have online? When we were young. Commodore 64 didn't have online.
I know. Shotgun Sean here, he cracks me up. He's like, I thought Tomb Raider 1 with for PlayStation looked so real that it couldn't get any
Yeah,
better. He's
that's
right.
I. I used to play that all the time. I swear on the PS1.
Yep.
I remember it must have been in the 90s, in the earlier 90s, or like 93 maybe. I don't know, 94,
He
in
probably knows.
those
He'll let
years.
us know. Yeah.
Whenever it came out, that at that time, Tomb Raider was a very addicting game. I'll tell you that
Yeah,
for
I
the PS1.
I liked it. Crash Bandicoot. I never got into Final Fantasy though. I just was not
I
a.
I did at one point. Wasn't there an online Final
There was.
Fantasy that
Yeah.
came out
Yeah.
for the Dream? Was it for the Dreamcast?
I thought they had it even for PlayStation. They had it
Originally,
online.
the Dreamcast was online. Was one of the first actual systems that had dial-up. I remember you was using like Southern Bell or
It had that. Yeah. You had the disc.
AT&T for sure. Yeah, you used AT&T dial-up
Yep.
on the Dreamcast, and you were able to play online. And one of the first games I ever played online that utilized a microphone. I don't know if any of you guys remember this game. I remember going out to get it. This kind of like it's kind of needle in a haystack thing. One of the first games online for Dreamcast that you were actually able to talk to people, and it came with a microphone. The only game was Alien Front Online. And I don't know if any of you guys
I
remember
never.
that
Yeah.
game.
No, I didn't play that.
It came with an actual microphone you stuck into the back of the Dreamcast, and you could press a button and record, and then it would output like a delay, you know, to the next person. So we were always talking crap. That was the first game you could actually really talk crap into. That was on any system. So you're just driving around little robots shooting people, but you could actually speak.
Yeah.
So I remember to this day buying that game at like a local game shop and being able to talk to people online, which was the first.
Yeah, because before that, Nintendo 64 had it a microphone that you could do certain movements with, like I think Pokemon.
Oh,
One of the games. You remember that where you hooked it in the
yes,
Pokemon?
you could.
It looked like the old Packard Bell desktop microphones where it had the Manila
Hmm.
stand. It was kind of crazy. Hollywood wants to know, what do we think of Diablo for PS1? And I didn't play it that early.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
didn't
start
play
playing
much of
Diablo till
Diablo
later.
either.
Yeah.
I played Doom a lot when I was
Doom,
younger. I
Duke
think.
Nukem
Yeah,
was one of my
online,
favorites on PS1.
online, but online Doom was cool online. I think it was for Dreamcast also, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? That system online was Doom before it had to be Dreamcast or something like
Yeah, I played Doom a lot on PC back when it first came out. Like I had Final
that.
Doom. I played that on PC.
Maybe it was, but I remember my first and honestly the best game I ever played online to date. My favorite game was Battlefield 1942 for the PC, and it came out in 2002, maybe I think, or one, somewhere around that era. That was my game in Battlefield Vietnam on the PC back in the early 2000s when it came out. Online multiplayer, you could play up to 100. No, I think it was over 100, but it was definitely 64 players online. So for a PC game, massive multiplayer, that was honestly one of the best games I ever played to date on the PC. That you could talk to people and
Yeah,
join teams. Yeah, that was it.
I agree, Brad. Dreamcast was way ahead of its time. I said
Oh,
that
big time.
I was mad because I saved up all when I was younger. I saved up to buy it. I pre-ordered it, got it, and then 6 months later it died. I mean, I went all out, got the magazine and the subscription, and they refunded you halfway through because they were shutting it down. I'm
Was that
like,
the one they
huh?
gave you demo disc? Didn't they give
Yeah,
you like demo
yeah.
to play? I remember that. I still have some probably somewhere.
Sonic, Sonic, that still is the best Sonic ever made. Was for
Yes,
the
it's
Dreamcast.
so clean and it runs so good on there.
I played on the Saturn. Like some people were arguing and saying, "Oh, the Saturn's version's better." I disagree. I think the Dreamcast takes it hands down. The speed, clarity, like you said,
Clarity is just ridiculous on that.
especially at the
Come on.
speed you're moving, the clarity is
Yeah,
unbelievable. So,
Dreamcast was way ahead of its time, and most people will always say that.
yeah,
We had blasts with that thing. I remember I was living with roommates at the time, and four guys all in a house ripping that thing apart. Man, it was
Crazy
crazy.
Taxi, baby.
Crazy Taxi, yeah,
Yeah,
that game and that other cyber type cop game, and
yeah.
it was,
Yes, CyberCop.
and
Yeah.
the football game was really what was it?
NFL
Was it
2K.
Madden? Or,
They had like what 2K11, 2K14. They were all or 2K4.
it,
All the
it's still impressive. Like right now, even playing those games, it's still impressive the graphics.
It's still one of my
Like when you
favorites.
play. Oh yeah, Dreamcast I have in the back collecting dust somewhere.
Really, you
Yeah.
don't have it hooked up?
No, I had everything hooked up at one point. Atari 2600, Dreamcast, ColecoVision, blah blah blah,
Yeah.
Nintendo. Everything was hooked up to one TV, and then I moved. So I kind of everything's still in the box, wrapped up. I'm trying to keep. It's not worth as much as you would ever thought it would be worth
Yeah.
because you can go on eBay and buy stuff pretty inexpensive nowadays. Not thinking it would be quadruple the prices.
It's
I held on to all that, but
it's still worth it. Like I mean, I have a lot of the boxes to all this stuff as well. I have like two walls filled with boxes in the other room. Um, I have let me see here. I have everything hooked up. Let's see here.
oh, you have it all, and you have all the.
Yeah, I have all here. I'll pull up the lower third. I have it all hooked up.
Oh shit! That's really cool.
Everything besides like the Intellivision and Atari 2600 because obviously you can't do that. But I
Yeah.
got like at the bottom you can't see it, but I have a Panasonic 3DO down there.
Oh my god.
I have a TurboGrafx on the top there. It's all the way on the right on top of the original Xbox, and you can't see that. And then I've got the original
Delete.
Tower of Power right there, the original Tower of Power.
Holy shit!
So I have everything hooked up, and I know you retro guys are going to yell at me, but they're all hooked up to HDMI. But it's just easier for my kids to play it, so they can just hit a button
Yeah,
and
why
it goes
not?
on. But white PS2, and then I got the Wii, GameCube, and then I have the Game Boy reader underneath the GameCube. But all these games we use, if you look, they have the super ROMs in there,
Uh,
so you can play every game. Because I won't let anybody play the originals that I have. Just trying to,
that's crazy.
I'm
I
trying to
wish I
keep
could.
them nice.
I could have redone. I still have room to redo that whole like that, but not as nice.
Oh, it
That's
took
like
a
a
while, believe me, and I don't have the lights on, so there's the Panasonic. You can kind of see it. There's the
that's
controller on top.
crazy.
I love the Panasonic 3DO though. That's probably one of my second favorite, consoles tied with the TurboGrafx though. I love the
Uh,
TurboGrafx. But yeah, we have
see,
it set up there.
that's the way to set it up. I
We have
like
it
that.
there, and then the kids. We have a reclining two-person couch right there, and then we can play Rock Band, and then we have a stool there, so if somebody wants to sit when they're playing a guitar, and then we have another couch back here that has a three-person seat. So we also have people that'll
Uh,
stand back there to play guitar in like Rock Band, Garage Band type of.
That's cool as hell.
Sorry guys, it's blurring
Oh my
because it's
god!
dark over there. There we go.
Wow, what the hell?
Yeah. So that's kind of how I have mine lined up there. But like I said, when we play it, I can play any system at any given time. But the wires behind it,
That's cool.
as much as I tried to keep them nice, that never goes that way.
Yeah, that's a big issue. I mean, behind my one flat screen onto my left side, it's just the wires are hidden, but the amount of wires is incredible. Like
Yep.
I remember I used to hide wires really well. I still could, but when you have so many, it's not as easy anymore, you know. But yeah, I mean, I know how it is. That's a nice setup. I would probably redo something like that right next to my TV. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
below, obviously. But yeah, that's cool. I like that.
I had to do something though with that with the island here because like I have the buck hunter on the end because of the guns, right? So you have to have room to stand back, and I'm like, crap, where am I going to put this, right? And
Yeah,
then so I put the Arcade, Miss Pac-Man, and on the other side I have the Golden Tee, and then the Final Fight cabinet. So they're just on that little island there. But otherwise, I would have never been able to fit it in there because if you look, I have the what do you call it? NBA Jam across from Miss Pac-Man, and then the Legends Ultimate right next to it. So
mm, yeah. That
it's
the big buck hunter. I have one too, and I had to position it. I had to redo it so it was perfectly where there's no staircase unless, like, let's say close to it.
well, yeah,
Because I have a
because
staircase.
of the guns, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I need room, obviously. More than like 2 feet, 3 feet. So
Yeah,
the staircase behind one. It's enough room, but it's not. For that.
and then
So yeah, I know
I
that
have
sucks.
Turtles there by it's all by its lonesome, but you need it with four players. And then I have a basketball. I got it.
Yeah, I
Some
mean,
lady was selling it for like $20, so I bought it.
oh, that's cool. Yeah, I always want to put one down here, but I just put a hoop in. Honestly, it never gets even something thrown in
They they play that
it.
more than they play, I think, the arcades. To be honest with you.
I'm telling you, man. I have one daughter. She's just to herself a lot. I mean, I know it's a good thing and a bad thing, but she likes to do her own thing. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. Some kids are at that stage in life, I guess, that
Yeah.
she's always into games, but she's into either the PC or she's into her Switch.
Yep.
So for you to try to get a kid that's on a Switch all the time and PC all the time
Yep.
to play an arcade or even a pinball machine, it's tough unless they're like gung ho
Yep.
about games day and night, or on their regular phones. Yeah, so for me, my daughter's not a huge part of my arcade. And, whatever I have in my basement, I set up a nice little space for her. I even bought her the arcade one up photo booth.
Oh,
She got,
how does yours
yeah, I have
how
that.
does yours work? Because I have it too. We got it at the church, and after 15
Uh,
pictures, it overheats.
I never took that many.
Like you
Are
can't.
you
It'll
serious?
just. Oh, I'm not kidding. Like when you get 50, we were using it for vacation Bible school and stuff, where all the kids were taking
You're talking
pictures.
one after another, 15?
Well, so one kid would take a picture, print it out, and then they go to the next kid would walk and he'd hit the button and he'd take a picture and it would print it out. So it was,
Yeah.
yeah,
The wait time might have some heat up time on there after. I don't know.
that's what I
That
wasn't
sounds weird,
sure.
man.
Because when,
I never had. Honestly, my daughter maybe print like three or four, and that's it. Here and there.
it's cool. It does good
It is
quality.
cool. It has updates too.
Yeah, but I
Did
mean,
you update yours?
I ran the update. I think when we first pulled it out, but then we put it back in the box after that because we won't need it for till the next big event.
Well, what I was gonna say is their update during the holidays, and they update it regularly, and they update more hats and
Oh, nice.
gimmicks for the holidays, like Santa Claus. It's crazy, dude. You gotta actually do a firmware upgrade if you log in next time. You know.
Yeah, we just got it in first sec no third week of July. That's when we got it.
Oh, so you updated it.
Oh,
So
I
you
updated as soon as
definitely.
I pulled it out of the box, and
Oh, so then
yeah,
you have all the cool stuff on the
I
pictures.
I'll have to look because I didn't get into some of that
It's
other
great,
stuff,
dude.
but
It's crazy. You could put masks on and hats and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's actually pretty cool because
that is cool.
when it first came, it had nothing. I'm like, this is kind of bland.
Yeah,
And then, and also, you don't have any writing or anything that says Arcade One on it at
no,
all,
no, not at all.
which is weird. It's very weird. There's nothing even on the box. So I
So
wonder. I don't understand that at all.
Doug told me Doug told me they were just selling it for Polaroid. Like they had like that. Um,
Oh.
it's kind of like we have that buy stuff store that sells the
Mhm.
podium for the
Yeah, I understand what you're
yeah.
saying.
So they're that's all they're doing. Because I looked through that box too, and there's nothing that says Arcade
Nothing.
One Up. Not one
No,
logo. Nothing.
nothing. Not a pop up. Nothing. No
Nope.
intro screen. They did their itch. You know, it kind of reminds me of the Disney arcade one up
Yeah.
on the Star Wars. They didn't put anything with logos or anything. I probably splash screen. I remember. I don't
Yeah,
even
yeah.
know.
There's nothing like physically on the artwork, and well, Brad was saying here too. He liked my carpet, but Brad, that's just a runner. Like my
Oh,
mom.
you didn't do the whole thing?
Well, no, my mom found these arcade carpet leftovers that they had at an auction. So you know how expensive that stuff is. So she picked it up and I just have it running in between. I'd like it for the whole floor, but you can see
Oh
I
yeah,
just
with a
have it.
black light, that thing looks crazy.
Oh, when my arcade lights are all on, it glows
Yeah,
because I have lights
yeah.
that run all around the room.
It's like the mini. They make mini ones too for like the New Wave toys. They
Yeah,
make like mini mouse pad one.
that'd be
You could
cool.
set up like a. Yeah, no, I have some here. I have them on my little arcades, like mini New Wave setup I have over here. So I collect those too. I got
Nice.
into that too. Those are the best, honest like versions of replicas I could say out of everything I see. The New Wave replicades, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, those like I was saying, the black light really brings those carpets out there, you know.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I remember from the roller rinks, man. You have those. They'd light it up, and you'd have all
oh
the
yeah,
arcades going, and you're at the roller rink.
yeah, with all the gum stuck on the floor and all that. The gum splotches
But
all over the
honestly,
floor.
during COVID, we had a lot of people that came over. It just turned into game nights because there was nothing you could do. There was nothing
Yeah,
was open. So Saturday nights, people come over here, and we knew they were safe. They weren't, infected, and if they weren't feeling good, they stayed home, and we game night. Some guys were playing consoles, some were playing the arcades, and that's how we got
that's
through
nice.
COVID, man.
Yeah, well, mine was kind of staying to myself and doing everything you're saying, but alone. Because
Because people wouldn't
Because
come over.
unfortunately, yeah, they could. You know, my wife's a nurse, so she was
Uh,
taking care of
she,
COVID people nonstop. You
yeah.
know, people. You know, my friends and their wives know that my wife's a nurse, and so they don't want their husband coming over here. Um, but still, to this day, I have a friend that can't get his ass over here because she's so. I don't know. Anyhow, so it goes like that, man. It's
Yeah,
like
that's rough.
sometimes you got to. Yeah, and I had maybe one or two buddies come, my good friends in the past, but not during COVID. I had nothing going on. People, I run a store. I own a store, so my store I had to kind of always be there and start delivering and doing crazy stuff I never did before during COVID. Um, and during the midst of that, I was making this little arcade after watching all you guys on YouTube making all these freaking videos all the time of what's coming out. And, this guy, P Dubs here, uh, this one there, all the main people over there. I start seeing that, and I'm like, oh, three quarter arcades. I don't know how I got into that either. I don't even remember. But yeah, it started with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now I'm on like 15 in here.
It's
You know,
terrible.
so
It's like
yeah.
anything else, right? You run out of room. You just keep buying and buying, and then now you're out of room, and now you're going.
And even if you're not out of room, you wonder where you're gonna put it that makes sense to you. You know, because you have a fish tank sitting in one spot, and then right next to that, should I move my fish? Should I do this? Is my wife
And,
gonna
and you're
freaking
like,
shoot?
sorry, fishy, but I got to make room for another cabinet.
I know. I put a little track down. My wife, a little RC track, whatever. I could fold up and put it in the closet.
Yeah,
She walks down. She looks at it and looks at me. I'm like, what? She's like, what is this? I'm like, what? What do you mean? It's for your daughter and me to have, little RC races and stuff. Have some fun while we're bored here.
your
I don't
your
know.
fan club has arrived. Dylan J.
Yo, Dylan. All my guys, they're in here showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more of a. Yeah, look, I'm not on the camera a lot. I'm not on the
No, you
mic
were in
a
the
lot.
Discord for a while. You were in my on my server for a while.
Yeah, and I have to. I don't know what happened. I had to redo my whole thing, so I have to get back in
That's
there.
right. There wasn't a lot of stuff
I
going on in there. Shotgun Sean started
no,
slacking.
yeah, he did. His fault.
Well, and then I again because I was still learning this bot thingy, right? And then Sean goes to me. He's like, "Yeah, some people are a little bit unhappy that it keeps posted to Twitter." I'm like, "I don't know how it did that. I don't know." Like, so I went in. I
I
thought
know.
I just authorized in one room, and I had to go back and try to figure out what. And I'm like, "Dang, it was spamming me because I left the voice on so I could hear you guys. Like it would like through my computer, it would say
Oh,
like
okay.
Kian says blah 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 blah, and then it would say Shotgun Sean says this, and I'd leave it on during work
Oh,
so I could hear it, and then it says the Tech Buzz Twitter says, and it starts going through the. I'm like, no, that's enough. So
I didn't even know what was going on with it. I just was like, I seen people leave, and I'm like, is something wrong with the server? I'll just leave and maybe come back when it's fixed. I don't know. Yeah, that was all. It wasn't anything,
no, I blame Sean.
you know.
That's what we do.
Yeah, Sean.
It's his fault.
Yeah, Sean. Sean's a man, though.
Yeah, he is. He helped.
He's a good
He was
guy.
helping me go through Watch Dogs, and then he's like, oh, okay, I gotta go. And I'm like, I still haven't finished that game yet. I need
I
to.
know.
Play.
Like for me, I just need like all I have is the ALP. I think I need help with the dibs crap. You know,
Well,
I don't know how
if
to get into
Meatball
that.
Saucy is still here, he's your man.
Yeah, I'll have to private him and DM and all that.
I
You know.
set up a tech support channel on the Discord server mainly because people were coming in and asking about how to set this up, and he was writing it all out like he was diagramming it, and I was like, put it in there that way people can roll back and look at the conversation. But he actually has been helping a lot of people because I don't get into that stuff, man. I keep the pinball machine because having the earlier version, like I mentioned earlier, that ribbon cable is just P Dubs broke his when he first tried to do it, so I'm
Yeah, I
like,
heard of that. Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
it's
touching
a
it.
cheap cable. It's a cheap cable.
Very
I
cheap.
looked at that when you hooked it original when they originally put it together. Yeah, it could have went a little different, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's not that hard. I just haven't got into it and I haven't looked into it. So I'm trying to find an easy way to do it without having to go into a hard way looking for it. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, and Doug had the issue where he went through two or three. I'd have to ask him, two or three main boards because he was switching
Ooh,
things out and stuff. So that makes me nervous.
just to replace it.
Well, because they
Or
died.
plug it in.
They died
Yeah, I
on him.
know.
Yeah. So
I know.
I'm very like I got it hooked up. It's working. I'm not touching it. I don't
Well,
care
once
what
it's
kind of
hooked
games
up,
I
you
get.
don't have to touch it, really, right?
Oh, right, right. Once the Legends pinball is hooked up, but like I don't have the Vibs, I don't have the Lisa or whatever the name of the boards are that they have. I don't have a PC hooked to it. It's just whatever At Games has, and that's fine for me for what it
It's
is.
fine for me too. I just wanted to explore
Oh yeah,
other games
you can
on
do it.
there. Yeah.
But you got when did you get your table?
What, the
The Legends
Wave
pinball.
4?
Wave
Wave
4.
4.
Okay, so you have the
What
newer
is it?
hardware in yours.
Yeah.
You have the HDMI. You have one HDMI, and ours are not. We have P Dubs, myself, and a few others that got them earlier. We just have those ribbon cables in there. Like we have to get an additional hardware piece to put in there to convert it to what they are now shipping with.
Oh,
So ours is
Oh,
even more brittle than yours because of that.
damn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So people people used to cry. They were like, "Oh, you guys got it." I'm like, "Be glad we got it first because it was crippled when we
Yeah.
first got it.
You guys are
Trust
the
me."
guinea pigs. Hey, be the guinea pigs. If I would be.
Well, exactly. Well, and we didn't
People
feel
don't realize it's like, yeah, you give it to them. Hey, look, if you guys have to pay for stuff out of your own pocket, but you get it first, you're guinea pig.
well,
Now, if you
and we
get it
were.
without pay, okay, so then that's a guinea pig.
We got it as payment for doing Legend Center, amongst other stuff, which I don't care to disclose that. It doesn't bother me none. So,
Yeah.
but part of that agreement was beta testing, right? So we got it first, and the left flipper didn't work. Like you would hit it, and it would sometimes it would trigger, sometimes it wouldn't. So it was pretty much unplayable for the first week or two.
Mm-hmm.
So here you have this brand new pinball machine. You're hitting it, and you're thinking. And Doug and I started talking about it. I was like, he mentioned, he says, "Is your flipper busted?" I was like, "Oh, I was going to ask you that too." I said, "It seems like every so many times it doesn't trigger." And
Oh, it
yeah,
steps.
it was things like that. There's times where the ball would go around the top of the table, like on the one Zakaria. It was the one Zakaria table that was the saloon, or it was an old Western one.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what it was, but it would go around and it would drop to like 2 or 3 frames per second. It was like god awful. It would come around, it would just slow down. You'd watch your ball roll to the bottom, and then it would pick up speed again. And it was, I mean, some of the
It does
tables were
that.
like that you're trying to play. They were unplayable. You know.
And now it's okay or no?
Oh no, now it's
With the
good. I mean,
update, with the updates, obviously,
all the updates, but
firmware.
when it, like I said, the first, and PK knows this. I mean, it's not anything where but the first couple months it was rough. I would say all the consumers should be glad they didn't have it in the first couple months, to be honest.
On before the first main few updates, I noticed on the Zachariah, on all the tables, actually a lag when I hit
Yes,
multi balls.
yeah.
You know,
Doug
um,
Doug was saying that too when you were hitting it. The other thing I noticed too with the plunger. So if you wanted to try to work the plunger, if you pulled it back, it didn't start moving back on the table until you got like 3/4 of an inch, and then you pull it back, and then you'd start
oh,
seeing it move on
I
there.
didn't see that one. I understand what you
Well,
mean. I
they
didn't see
fixed
that.
it now, but in the beginning it was like that. So you'd pull it back, you'd have your plunger out probably like 3/4 of an inch, and then you'd start seeing it move on the screen, and then you let it
That could
go.
be. No,
Exactly.
I was also getting FX noises when they really weren't supposed to be going off.
The rumble
Like
in
the
the
ball,
speakers.
no, like the ball spinning when it was
Oh,
actually not. Yeah, weird shit. I don't know,
see,
honestly.
I didn't have any of that. Um,
The ball would spin. The ball wouldn't be spinning, but you'd hear it from the pre-hit. You know what I
okay,
mean? Like the ball was spinning. Like that's weird, man. It's hard to explain even. For me to send it to them, I'd have to actually
you'd
record
have
it.
to video. That's what I did for
Yeah,
everything. Like even
it's gone now though.
their exciters, they used to they used to rumble something terrible. They
Oh
almost
yeah.
sounded like they were at full blast all the time, and I was afraid it was going to
Well,
blow it out.
okay. What was that on with the joystick, with the controller, or was it before the
This was
controller got
before.
it?
This was probably within the first couple weeks. It was that we had it.
It's just the way it's set up. There is a lot of parts that are, let's say, not secure enough and not have any padding in between when there's vibrations going on. So it
So you're
is.
saying the new? Because I didn't get the joystick yet. They keep telling me they're sending it to me.
Oh, it vibrates. It vibrates. But what I
Is it
did,
better the exciters on the new one?
what do you mean? You feel them better, or do you mean
On
the
the
vibrate
I
less?
heard on the joystick the exciters that come with it, they're better than the
Oh,
stock ones that are on it.
oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't. Yeah, they are. I don't feel like much difference, to be honest with you. The
Okay.
main difference now, the vibration crap I was getting was coming from the dust cover
Okay.
more than anything else. So what I did is I just took a zip tie and I just pulled it up.
Oh,
You know what
okay.
I mean? And it works, and I could use it, and there's no more vibration. I did put a tiny drop of padding under the left side. It seemed like I was getting some, pulsing vibration here and there. So, and then now there's none, and that's on. I'm going to say like medium setting on the. If it's
Yeah, that's
medium,
what I
it's
keep it
not
on.
low.
Medium.
Yeah, which I like. I like a little thump on it, but I don't like the vibration on it. That shit makes me
No,
crazy.
and that's what Brad was saying, mounting the exciters to thin plastic. But Dylan,
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
agree. The easy mode for when you have company, I've been asking for that since the pinball came out because I have no interest in playing any arcade games on it. That's just me. That doesn't mean anybody else. So
Okay.
I set it to easy mode now, so that way you can just cycle through the tables because people have a hard time navigating on that.
Yeah,
It's
they go through the top and it brings them to the other pages
and next thing you know
probably.
they're on the settings or something and they have no idea how to
Hmm.
get back to the tables. That's all I
There's a lot
want.
of buttons.
Yeah.
A lot of buttons, dude. Once you put the controller, think about how many more buttons you have on it. How many, like my daughter pops up there and pressing the B button or the wrong button right away. You know what I mean? I didn't try the easy mode. I thought I set it, but when I did, I think it didn't. It reverted back. I think I just downloaded it. You know, I didn't put it
Oh,
into it.
you gotta start it. I don't know since I shut it off. I had it on. I don't know
Does
if
it go
there's a
back
way to.
on?
Well, I don't know if there's a way to get it to start with it. That would be cool. If they didn't do that, they need to do that. Like
Oh, so now you have to activate it. When you're saying is when you turn it on, you have to
you have
go
to
to
go
that setting,
activate it.
put it on. See that? That's why it went off because I was like, what the hell? I don't see any easy
Yeah,
mode here.
you got to go to App Store. You got to go App Store
Yeah,
X and then
yeah,
move over and then start it. But they should give you a setting to automatically start with that if for the guys that want it. And
yeah.
then there's
On
a
off auto start easy.
exactly, and then you just hit the At Games button to get out of it. They show it right on the screen. You hit the At. So to me, that's low hanging fruit in my opinion. They should have just. And I know it's beta. I'll give it to them. It's beta, but I'm gonna make that suggestion to PK. Like, give me a
Yeah,
setting to where I can turn it on, and I'm sure Dylan's gonna be the same way. I want it to start like that. I don't want anybody seeing any of the settings for the rumble, for the exciters, for the accelerometer. I want or the Wi-Fi. I want them just to go right into the tables. You know,
yeah. That's the way I thought it was. To be honest with you, I
it,
thought
it might be. I haven't
what
turned it
I
on since it was off.
what I thought is once you put it in easy mode, you actually it's always on that, and then you have to put it off to turn it on totally.
Yeah,
No matter how many times you turn on or off the system in general. So I guess not. You know, they're gonna update that. They're gonna update that.
yeah. And I was
I would say.
surprised that they're not selling the pinball anymore for the 5.99. That's what it was originally. Because I had a guy that was arguing with me in the YouTube video with Stevie Richards when I had him over. Because in the video I said it was 5.99. At Games didn't tell me anything different. I didn't realize they're not selling it anymore at 5.99. Like unless you go to Sam's Club or something like that. And even then, Sam's Club is $100 more because they got to compensate for the shipping that they're paying for it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when I first got it, it was 5.99. Like if I would have paid out of pocket for it, it was 5.99. I'm sure
That's a
when you
great
got it
deal.
way for right, it was 5.99 when you got it.
No, it
No,
was I think 6.99.
was it 6.9?
Wasn't
Did you get
the
any extra?
waves like
Did you get the
I
Zakaria
don't know.
tables with it?
No, I got the pack later, so I got the
Okay,
system in on Wave 4, which was a few months back. I'm assuming.
okay.
I think if I'm thinking even right.
Because I know when it
Um,
first came out, it was 5.99. Because I looked at the email.
was that Kickstarter or was that like I don't
No,
even remember. I don't remember that price. I don't know. Does anyone in chat remember? Maybe.
um, yeah, when it first came out, there was no Kickstarter. The extra tables are worth it. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting the Zakaria tables, they're definitely worth it. So you should get it with it, right?
Those are great tables.
Yeah.
I mean that makes
Oh,
that make that ALP the ALP it is because of those tables.
yep.
The original tables are great, they're okay, but the performance of the Zachariah, whatever
Whatever. Yeah.
tables, and even the how you say it? Tatio,
Oh, Taito tables.
Taito,
Yep.
Taito,
Taito. Yeah, that's how I say it.
Taito. I really like those too. The Space Invaders is a little tough.
It is tough, but it's
Uh,
fun. And Dylan, if you see on
I
the lower
haven't.
third there, 5.99 with $100 shipping. That's why yours
Oh,
was
okay.
6.99. Yeah.
That's what
So
I paid. So
yeah,
$700
yeah,
altogether. Yeah,
right.
that's what I paid on the wave.
But the actual cost of
That's
the table was 5.99. That's what I was getting at with the guy. I was like, yeah, I understand you got to pay for shipping, but that's not the cost of the
man.
table.
It's the best damn
Yep.
value, price, quality. three-quarter scale, whatever, the past, let's say, year and a half that has came out. Besides, IRK is great and everything, but this is on another level.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No matter how you look at it, you could find. I mean, you look on YouTube and look at some of the other extreme pinball people in Australia, wherever, that build these other machines for $5,000-6,000. Yes, they have massive lights, solenoid, da, 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 but look what you're getting for $599.
Yep.
It's the screen and the two screens alone with the wood and everything. I would have thought would even be up higher than that. You know.
Well, did you
So
did you catch the show that we did yesterday with the Retro Buzz?
no, I didn't. I
Okay.
was out
The reason
yesterday.
I asked that is because we showed on the show that that Best Buy store, or not, Buy Stuff Online, excuse me, Buy Stuff
Yeah.
store. They're actually selling now a back box with a larger screen and speakers with
No,
two
I
screens.
need to.
It's like 500. I want to say it's $530, and if you need the Vibs board, it's an extra 65.
That's kind of a lot in a way.
Well, if you don't know how to mod and you don't know how to make the box, that's
It's worth it, obviously.
right. If like Bobby Vu was in there last night, and Kongs was saying, both of them were like, that's kind of, we could build it for under, I think they said like $200 or something, or Bobby said $200. But
That's
either
what I'm
way,
saying. Like, it's a lot. Right? If you don't want to do it, if you don't want to get involved
right.
with it, okay, you're gonna spend the money. But if you're gonna use it a lot, I don't know how much I'm really gonna use that to the point where I'm using the bibs like that because I'm happy with. They're gonna come with more tables on the
Yep.
AOP. How many tables could I?
That
Okay, I
was
got
my
another table.
argument.
How much could I possibly play? I'm trying to beat like certain scores on one table. It could take me months. You know what I mean? Or like, not months. Take me a week,
I,
right? Let's say to
I'm
beat a really try.
I'm with you, man.
There's 100 and something tables already.
I haven't even played all
Tied,
them.
tied. No, and I mean, I just started playing Roston, just playing with it, just to get a grip on where the points. Just this is how I feel them out at first, and then I get into one, and then
Well,
I just
and that's
I would love to play Ghostbusters and
yeah.
all these other tables that these guys are playing. That's what I want to do, but how many times am I going to play it? I can say more than a few.
That's the
Probably.
argument we brought up. But like Glenn said, it's an option for those that want to do that. But I mean, I have all these games on the Legends arcade. I have it on my modded arcade one up, and I've only maybe played an eighth of the games, if that. Right?
Oh, it's same with me, but I got
Yeah.
a modded one up, right there with the 4 controls, and that one right there has like a million games on it. Whatever, you can
And
play
you probably
anything
played
you want.
100 of them, right?
I like. I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you. I probably looked up and down at the games more than I played.
I know you spent like an hour looking through the games, and you're like,
But amazingly, I like looking at. I'm looking at the year it's made. I'm looking. I'm like, holy shit! I haven't seen this game in so damn. So that's the good part.
yeah,
The bad part is you don't get to utilize all those games, and you never ever will in your lifetime. You know.
yeah.
Um,
So this is
but you have it though. But you have it
yeah.
if you need
You
it.
you
If
have
you
it,
want.
and the Camo says, yeah. Also, because he was there last night too. He says you do get a credit if you send the old back box back. You get $70 back. But Bobby said he'll give you 90. That's what he said last night during the show. He would give
I'll give my
$90.
money to whoever's ready. How about that?
Well,
Like if
that's
people
kind
are
of
ready,
where.
everyone's on back order right now. These guys, it's good for them, but hey, man, things are hot right now. So these guys have a list of waiting list now. So it's whoever gets.
I'd be curious to see how Bobby's and Kong's came out in the sense of it. They said, hey, we could do it for you for $250. I don't think $250 is too much to ask because you think about it, you're spending minus the shipping, $600
No
for the
doubt, I would
table.
spend that in a second. If right now, I'll PayPal.
Well, but I'm saying you're paying 600. This is what I tried to explain to Buy Stuff Store. I said, look, you guys got to do what you do. I mean, I'm not. I don't have an interest
That's
right
a
now
lot
hooking.
of money. It's the prices of the AOP.
That's what I'm saying, and I'm like, how are you going to get consumers? And they're like, well, we did an investigation, and the consumers say that it's worth. I'm like, yeah, I can't see that. You can't pay $600 just for a back box. Well, the screens cost this amount of money. I'm like, I don't buy that.
$399, I would say, is a good selling point. There's no 500 or I don't know. I can't. I won't spend 500.
$3.99. Are you saying $3.99 out the door, or are you saying $3.99 plus shipping?
How much? Well,
Don't
you
forget
gotta
they're
send it
Canadian.
there.
They're Canadian.
You gotta send it there and back. So what are you saying? Is it $5.99 with sending it there and back?
Let me see if I can. No. It's 5.4. Let me see if I can find the article really quick
So I'm curious.
from
Then I could
last night.
really understand. Like,
Oh, you're fine. Let me see if I can find it. Um, or if one of you guys, do you have the link in the chat room? If you guys can post it, because we showed it last night. I just, I gotta find it.
Here's John D.
Oh, the guy John D. Oh, the vapor
I'll
man.
teach him a lesson on how to vape.
One of these guys probably has it. If not, you know what I can do? I can look in my chat with Doug.
Well, I'm just curious. How does it work? Like, is it? So you gotta send it there. That's gonna be to Canada. Okay.
There it is.
Is it US?
Here it is.
UPS. UPS will probably be cheapest way, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing it, but this is and there's and it's extra money if you want the graphics too. So this is what you got. There's two designs, right? You have this design, and then you have design number 2, which is a little bit more rounded at the top, right? So add the VIBs boards. Let's just say we'll just do design 1. You can see the difference between design 1 and design 2. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Add the VIBs board, which is $65. Shipping, $60. So without shipping, you're at $594. Right now it's out of stock.
Oh, we add return label.
Oh,
Right?
so add return label. That's $10
For you to ship it. Wait, so it's $10
for the return label, and then if you require a shipping box to return the original backlash, we can provide one. You hit yes. So you're at $609, but then you get $70 credit back right here. If you plan on returning the original backlash for $70 credit, please select this option for a prepaid label. So you're only getting $60 back because you're paying them $10 for
the return
label. And then so these are your specs: a 24-inch back glass for PC pinball, a 15.6-inch DMD screen. So
they're not reusing the DMD.
No, but I think they're reusing the speakers. The speakers look identical to the ones that are in there. They just painted the grills, or to me, don't they? They look identical to the ones we got.
It says upgraded speakers, but and grill for it on there. It says upgraded. We upgraded 3-inch speakers, so I don't know.
So from 5 watts to 7 watts.
That's not. First of all, it sounds okay the way it is. I'm not gonna even.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying.
I would take it like that for me. So I understand it. Does it make that much sense? No.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like, so now you're at $600. It may. I can't justify that when. I mean, yeah, like it looks cool and such. But
it does look cool, but money wise, it's tough. I'm sorry to say, maybe we need someone also besides, and obviously we have someone in the U.S., but another person in the U.S. for this, because the shipping and all that stuff is bringing their cost up for some reason too. That backbox shipped from Canada to the U.S. and back and forth has to be, I'm thinking like $40-50 each way. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, that's what I'm looking at
ground
too.
Shipping. That's like ground shipping, even. That's just regular ground, and that's what most would do.
What did Sean say?
I don't know.
The speakers are upgraded from the stock. Still has the buzzing sound though, so it's definitely in need of a firmware for that. It's not okay. So maybe he's talking about something else.
I think he means the stock. Set up right
I talked to Buy Stuff Store. They messaged me earlier. They thanked me and the guys for giving them a shout out yesterday on the show. And look, we're just giving options. I'm not, and that's what I told them.
About it.
No, I told them. I said we're staying completely neutral. I'm saying my perspective, my point of view. You do whatever you want with your own money. I can't justify $600 for a back box. I don't care what the quality
Maybe if
is.
it was 100, it's the same price as the ALP. It's tough bite, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now, if they would have came out like you said, 300, 400 is a stretch,
399.
but
Still a lot, yeah.
that's
Well, if they include some kind of shipping,
yeah.
look, that shipping thing's gonna have an. I don't understand it totally,
Yep.
like how it works, but you shipping it there, them shipping it back, got to be a decent amount of money right there for them. So that's where they're putting that pricing, up there.
And I get it. I get it. It's still cheaper than, like you were saying, like you go buy a Stern or something like that. They're 4, 5, even $7,000. I get it, but it's all what you want, right? Like I'm content with it the way it is as a $600 table that's sitting there with all the games. Like you said, we can't even play all of them anyways.
Yeah, I'm happy.
But if you're like a B
got the
Kong
bid.
or something, and you want all those games, and you want to be able to do that, then hey, knock yourself out, man. Go do it. I'm not telling you not to. I just said I'm not going to.
Look, I'm a modder too. I mod things. That's my company is based around mods.
So you would build it yourself?
I would build.
You would build it yourself.
I used to work in a CNC machine shop.
Okay.
Building all metal parts, and I invented my own. Long story short, vape device that became internationally well recognized back from 2013 probably to 2017, I would say. So I know what being making custom and doing custom things is pretty well,
Yep. I did it too. I was a CNC programmer back when I got out of high school.
Really?
Yep. I did it for 10, almost 10 years.
Oh wow! I fell into that. I fell into that kind of out of mistake, and made a huge business out of it. And since 2009, I've been vaping, and I quit smoking from vaping, no matter what it's looked upon on the news and every other media outlet. It's all a lot of false information. I'll leave it at that. But I'm an entrepreneur, so I find things and ways
Sure.
and ideas on how to make money, and then I try to approach them. If I'm working, I own a business, I have 5 employees, I'm still looking. I used to own 2 stores, but now I closed one in Florida actually because of a little bit before COVID, just wasn't working out there. So, I always look for the next thing. I'm always trying to be 2 steps ahead of the game, and that's how every supplier and manufacturer needs to be. And that's how I did so well in the vape industry,
But you know as well as I know, At Games has already thought of this. They're already thinking of a way that they can monetize off of this to say, hey, we did a really good job on the base piece. People have said that. But they've also stated that they'd really like a bigger back box experience. You know darn well. I'm going to call it right now.
Make one.
I'm going to call it early next year, and I have no insider information on this, that I would say within 6 months that there's going to be a back box that you can buy at a fraction of that price, and they're going to have it. It's just going to be seamless. You plug it in, bada bing, you're done. That's what I think.
I think so too, because then then the DMD,
yep,
they could use as that second screen on the bottom and the main one on top,
yep,
and that's it, and call it a day. Look, to have 2 screens, 2 nice color screens is great. Do I need it? No. I'll take the bottom DMD though. But for these other games, I want to try them, but I'm not like in a desperate mode to spend that much money to get that much more graphics out of the back box. I'm more concentrated. Look, how many times do you really look at that back box when you're playing?
I know. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I don't even look at the score. Maybe that's about it. I'm looking maybe at the score. I'm trying not to, but yeah, of course you got to. But that's all I'm looking at the back box. That thing will throw you way off if it's a video or anything.
And sometimes when you look at the score when you're playing, because you realize you're very close to your high score and beating
you don't want to jinx yourself.
You choke. You end up choking.
Exactly. I always do, dude. I always.
Listen, I've been there. I'm telling you. And let's see here. It looks like
Hands get all sweaty. You're like, oh man. And all of a sudden the game's over. You're like, I did this good until this freaking one part. I looked up.
yep, exactly.
You
Speaking
know,
of
and
speaking of modding, we've got Mr. Kongs R Us here.
what's up, buddy?
I think he's there. His
He's in a
reception.
mobile. He's in his
Hey,
car.
I figured I thought I'd
Car.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
I was
we got
thinking,
you.
I was
We
gonna
got you.
give Steven a challenge on take some.
You
Can you
broke
hear?
up a little.
You're
Is my
break
internet terrible?
yeah, a little bit. You're good now. Go ahead. What was your challenge?
I was challenging you if you can take a caller who's trying to call in from his cell phone while driving, and what challenge that brings from you as a producer. So, for callers, right? So, you said anybody could join, so I was trying to give you a little bit of a hard time.
Oh
I
no,
wanted
you're good.
to chime. Yeah.
What do you
Mobile chat.
what do you think?
Uh,
What do you think of that back box? I mean, do you think they're barking up the wrong tree? Do you agree with us that At Games is probably going to bring out a back box?
I hope At Games does. I mean, they see the community feedback and the desire for people wanting to have some sort of additional back box that can do a 3-screen setup. Like At Games' model has always been encouraging to the additional modding community, if you will. But I mean, without many options, Bobby is just too popular and already has a waiting list a mile long
I'm
for
sure.
back boxes. So Vice Store is putting something together that, people have been asking for, and it's a good option if you don't have the skills. I mean, you
Yeah.
saw Cool Toy put together his own very simple straight box version. So it's highly doable to create your own. Like if you have just the straight pieces of wood and you can mount something, I would venture to say it's possible, to go create your own. But I know there's a lot of people that don't have those modding bones, including me. But I'm just lucky I have a Bobby Boo instead of a PC. My PC.
Yeah, lucky guy.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of like you though. Like I could build a back box. My fear is the innards, as you know that the Legends pinball, the early renditions of it, are very temperamental and you could break it. That's what worries me.
That's true. I happen to do that myself, by the way. I don't know if
Oh, you
so
broke
my
it. You broke it too.
Yeah, my main board, as I was moving my monitor in and out, you have to disconnect the monitor playfield when you're modding the inside of it. And so there was a point when I was reattaching it where I was like, oh, I probably could put the ground on later. And then there was a little transistor chip that blew right near the monitor port, the LVDS connection. So I had to pay At Games for a replacement main board. But that was completely user error. But beyond that, right, like the thing about At Games Legends Pinball, it's a great base for people that want to get into virtual pinball,
Yeah.
whether or not you want to play it right off the bat, or if you want to do what I did and tinker and mod it and add solenoids or surround sound feedback. It's a wonderful baseline product, like in between the price point and then the super thousands of dollars that you can get into. So I think that's just the value of it. So that's something that I didn't consider in my initial reviews. That I always said that it has lots of potential, but most people aren't buying it to play just the straight 22 tables, right?
Right,
There's always
right.
people that want to get it to do adding the additional stock games or like the first party games, if you will. But that potential has always been there with the Legends Pinball for sure.
Yeah, Brad says pros break things. That's why I don't mess with that stuff. As far as I got with modding is doing the arcade one up, because I at least know Raspberry Pi enough that when I turn it on, you couldn't even tell that a Raspberry Pi is running. I don't have any of the scripting running in the front. It looks like you're starting up a console. So that's the only reason I attempted that. When it starts getting into this, after I saw what Dubs did and now hearing what you did and I know what Doug did, I'm like, yeah, it's together, it's working. We're gonna keep it that way. That's
Exactly.
that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. Unless someone comes, someone has an availability and the price is right and it's worthy to that me or anybody else, then
I guess
that's
Kong's
just gonna be.
lost the reception there and he dropped out. So we'll see if he calls back in. But I listen. I know he's not afraid to try stuff. I know I watched his stream when he got the arcade one up, Star Wars pinball, and he dove right in, and he got scared a little bit in the beginning because he broke something, or he didn't break it, he didn't hook it up right or something, and it wasn't going to turn back on. And I'm sitting there talking to my wife
That's
while it
all
was
you
on.
need.
Right? I would have been like, oh man, $600
Oh man, I
paperweight.
just broke this. I spent all the money.
I know. No, you're right,
Yeah.
Kongs. He said he had to drop. That's cool. That's cool. I was kind of like, oh. You know, your heart sinks for him because I know he's modding, he could fix it, but I'm sitting there going, no, man, no. But now with the broadcasting stuff, I don't think about it, but it's stuff that I'm unsure of. I'll just keep it alone. You know, it works. I'll play it.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. There's no reason, you know. If there's no reason, just not broke.
Right.
Don't fix it.
Yeah.
Don't fix it.
Exactly. I mean, and for what, a couple extra tables, and to be fair, like, and I've said this, I'm looking. I'll give away my Toy Shock to like the kids church or somebody if they don't want it there. Or they, you know, one of the kids want it. I got my play. I got my money out of it for the last couple of years that I had it. Got my reviews. I want a Star Wars Arcade 1-Up pinball, but I'm not paying that increase that they put on it. I won't. So I think that's ridiculous. Wouldn't you agree? You think that's it's ridiculous?
I mean, I modded my Toy Shock. Now I put FX3 in there. Basically PC, but running FX3 primarily. And I put a back box. I followed Detroit Love's videos and did his setup and put a back. I think it was like a 20-inch or 19-inch back box in there.
Okay.
And to be honest, I have a lot of fun with it. Man, I have a lot of fun with that. That's where I play all my tournaments. If I go on FX3, you know, MCAP or UAG, I play the tournaments on the Toy Shock. I'm playing FX3.
Do you have a hard time switching to it because it's a 24-inch screen after being on the 32-inch?
No, I have a 24, the same 24 that came with it. With the back box, I ripped everything out and I put a Dell 19, I think it is, or 20. Oh, yeah.
But I mean, for the play field, I mean, you're going from 32-inch down to like.
No, I didn't change it. Oh, I have a hard time. Yeah.
Like going back to it after playing the Legends, and you go back and you're like, oh.
The ALP, I gotta try to like stay on either one or the other for a little, or else I'll get really thrown off because.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of bought the bibs because I wanted to switch it over to the ALP, but I'm used to it on there, the FX3. You know what I mean? It's weird. It plays different, obviously, but
yeah,
you can change all the views and everything. The 24 inches is tough, but I'm used to it. So, yes, it's a big difference when you go over to the ALP next to it and play like whatever, you know, it's day and night, you know? So I might not be doing as well because of the size of it as, you know, also because it's so small, you know.
See, that's the other thing I thought about doing is if I was going to take a chance is modding. Well, yeah, is modding it. That's what I did actually think about. But then Star Wars is the same size, but I don't have to throw a computer in it. That's the big thing I don't want to do because everybody I've talked to is setting up each table, and even watching Detroit Love's video, I watched most of it, I'll say, is setting up each table. It's too tedious for me to sit there and map everything.
Me too. No, me too. I wouldn't.
So that's where I'm like, okay, the Star Wars, I should have bought it back when it was $550. I should have bought it. I didn't. I thought the price was going to come down. Instead, it went up. So I only want the Star Wars tables anyways. I could care less about Attack from Mars and what the Marvel one. But the Star Wars one I want it because a Star Wars collector. But I'm not paying that price for it.
No, I canceled my pre-order a while back. I'm glad I did. Because I have a feeling down the road. Oh, I know for a fact At Games will come out with another version that might be better or whatever it is. Obviously, gonna be better. And I'll probably look into something like that again. You know, if I'm not gonna go for a real one down.
Yeah,
it's one or the other. I always wanted a real one, and if I do get it, it'll be the Guns N' Roses. Not the collectors, it'll be the limited edition
Yeah.
I
Well, if
think
you're
it
gonna
was
go
like
big, you might as well go big or go home.
like
You know.
11 grand. It was like 12, 11, 12 grand. I mean, I really have to be in a good position, which is not right this moment. But if I do get one, if I do ever go like all out, I'm not going to spend 2 grand on one of these. I would spend 10, 11, because down the road, if I want to sell it, it's a piece of value. It's not
Yeah.
something that's going to lose so much
Well,
value. It's a
explain
collectible.
to me this. Explain to me this.
Yeah,
Eight
that's
hundred and $50 for 12 games.
why. What, they didn't make the wood before the wood went up in?
But the wood's
What is
coming
it?
down in price. The wood came almost all, now that the supplies are like I don't get that. 800,
Wow.
it's more than the Legends pinball. Like I would buy another Legends pinball and skin it Star Wars. I'll get,
You could, even for that price, you could put the Vibs and you could put a PC to it and run all the
right?
games if you had to. If it's still cheaper or the same price, so it
Well,
doesn't
that's what
matter.
I'm saying. I would buy another Legends pinball. That way, if I modded it and something broke, at least I have another Legends pinball for that price, right?
That is, that is. I wouldn't even expect maybe. What was the regular price before? Six
It
fifty
was
or
550 when it first came out. It was 550 because it was $50 cheaper
if anything, they
than
need to go
that.
down in price. They're
Yeah,
freaking. They're behind on everything. They're behind on Wi-Fi. They're behind on this. They're behind on the technology. Still on that machine. They should be dropping the price, and then if they want to build a new one with better technology and charge more, that could show for what it is, then go for it. But that's not working right now. I'm telling you, they're gonna lose a lot of money with that. You got to be a real sucker to buy one of these right now at 850. Come on,
no,
I mean.
I wouldn't do it. And I know what Glenn would say. I ain't paying that even. It's got Kathleen Kennedy's creation on it. That's what he would say.
That's what I'm saying. Even with signatures of freaking people,
Yep,
forget it, man. That thing
yep.
ain't worth it at all.
No, and
It's not a collectible. It's not anything that you can collect. You know.
I wish Arcade One Up would come out. And from my understanding, they got a new chief marketing officer there, which I'm still not really understanding. David McIntosh is not doing that. He's still doing the marketing, but they have another guy that's in place of that. And I would really like to hear an explanation because they, ever since the whole John D thing went AWOL on social media, um, and all the drama behind that, they haven't said a word to anybody. In fact, I've left every single arcade three-quarter scale
Why not?
group that's on Facebook except for the iArcade group, and that's just because
Just to see
the
info
people,
or
well, the people there are nice in that group, but the
oh,
other ones, all everybody does is complain. It's like I don't want to deal with any of that. So I left every group. I owned the pinball group from Act Games. Like I owned it. I started it before when they were talking about it. I turned it over to them. I said I don't want nothing to do with it anymore. I said I'm tired of it. I said you guys don't want to mod your own group. You make us look like the bad guys. I'm not doing it anymore. So I left and I unmodded myself on all their groups. Same with the Arcade
yeah,
One Up. I'm like, and I've been happier since. I got no time for it.
yeah. I don't blame you. You got time for that crap, man. These guys need to come the correct way. These suppliers and all these game people, makers, and whatever out there. I'm telling you. This is a niche market like what we're in right now. Obviously, it goes for us. It goes for the mothers that want to buy games in Walmart for the kids and their whatever. But they're making big mistakes, man. They're making big mistakes. And
Yep.
some they're making good moves for their own good or for their own potentially good moves. But to us, it's really bad. Us, the consumer, who's the actual main probably people buying these things than the ones in the Walmarts and all
Yep.
that on YouTube. You know, whether it be a couple grand here, a couple thousand people here, a couple thousand on Facebook, those are the majority of their customers too. You know,
Yeah, because I
and
mean,
they're
if you're gonna buy the pinball for 850 from Arcade One Up, that means the shipping is gonna be close to what it is for the Legends, right? It's at $100. So now you're paying almost
they're paying $1,000.
$1,000 with tax for.
Oh, especially tax in New York is 8 point almost 9%.
So that's where I'm
At,
saying that's like it's not even just the 850 price tag. It's this is what
yeah,
it's
no one
gonna
thinks of the
cost.
tax and the shipping, and then like a lot of people factor just the price a lot of the
Yep.
time. But I talk about the tax because talk about $800. Talking what, a 70 something, $80 tax almost? Come on, man. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's why I said I can't in good faith, in good conscience, I cannot justify something that's subpar to what the Legends pinball is just to play a few 12 Star Wars games. Now, I still say 4.99 would have been a good price point for that
Well, they could have sold way more for 4.99. They would have
honestly.
got people that weren't even interested, probably.
Yep,
The price, just looking at the price, people will pass.
just for a
Even if
showpiece for a Star Wars
that's why,
collector.
right, they would buy it for that, but not at 8.49. This isn't a collectible.
No,
This isn't one out of
no.
3,000 made. They should have did something like that. For this price, they should have limited the amount they made and put like a special certificate, like they did with the Burger Time. Even though it's down the road, it's I guarantee it will be worth.
They could have had it signed by a couple of the characters that are still alive. Like they could have had
That would have made way more sense.
Mark Hamill sign it, even though it's
Make it a collectible in that perspective,
100%,
that way.
and then people would have paid 850 for it. I would have
Well,
paid
look what they
850 for that to have that as
look what
a
they
signature.
wait. Look what they did with the Supreme one. Okay, it's a brand, the Supreme brand. They were selling that for over $1,000 something. They
Sure.
made a limited amount. They made a huge demand for it. They should have done that with some of these arcades they came out with. Put a limited number on them. They would have sold them more at a higher price point for those people that collect.
Yep.
And that's the way it works. Not me personally. I collect other crap, but I mean these will have value. If I want to sell one of these and you can't get it anymore, what do you think the value's going to go down? No. Look
Right.
at what was it, a Rampage?
Yep.
Rampage and the 12-in-1 Centipede selling for $1,000 something on eBay.
Is it
Come on.
really?
Yeah,
I have I have
$1,000.
that 12 in one with Glenn's trackball in it and his spinner.
Keep it in the box. Hold it for freaking 5 years, like they
Oh no,
whoever
mine's
did,
together.
or a couple of years, and look how much it's worth, though. People can't get something they consider it as a collector.
Brad is
You know what I mean?
100% right though. He says, and it's a toy. It is more of
Yeah.
a toy. It's just like Toy Shock compared to. I like to say the Legends pinball is probably the closest to an actual digital pinball table. Now, again, I've never had hands on with the arcade one up pinball. They told me originally they were going to send me one for review. I never got it. Um,
Yeah.
the Act Games changes their mind like most of us change our underwear, and that's the truth. So it's it's one of those things where I haven't had hands on, but it's very comparable to the Toy Shock. The Toy Shock's built very well. I think you would agree with that. It's
Yeah, for the
rock
price
solid.
too.
It's rock solid.
How could how could you beat it for the price? It was $3.99 when no one could get any pinballs. I got that one
Yep.
during the holiday. During the holidays, they re-released the upgraded, the newer version, V2, whatever it was, and I snagged one, and I had that while they just were reserving one ups, you know. So I had my hands on it, and honestly, it was for the money. You can't beat it. You can't.
Right.
You couldn't beat it. You couldn't beat it then. I mean, now in Act Games ALP for the price, I would spend the extra, no doubt about it.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Where you know, I'll suck it up. Even though I like the artwork, and I know a lot of people don't like the artwork on the side of the Legends. If I really want
Yeah,
to change it,
it's decent to me. I don't think it's
yeah, I
bad.
don't think it's bad.
I hate the box, the back box. Okay.
Right. Well, yeah, with all the branding, but as far
Yeah,
as
that.
the Legends Ultimate was worse. The artwork on that was just god awful,
That
and then their
yeah,
clip-on
that
art
looks
was
crap.
dumb too. So
Yeah.
this is the first one that it was like really good. And so if I really wanted a Star Wars cabinet at this point, even though there's no games on it for Star Wars, and I did what you guys are doing, putting PCs in it, that's where I'm at right now. I'd rather take $500, go buy a hardcore PC, get the Vivs board, put it in there, and then play, pinball effects on it, and still be
Yeah,
under the
that's what
cost of that.
That's why I had to make use of it after playing those games offline so much, the Gottlieb and all those games
Yeah.
that are on there. You beat your score so much, you're like, all right, now what? And then an ALP is going to come to, be delivered within a few months. So I said, and I started watching videos, and then people were getting the FX pinball. And I don't know, D Love's video came up, and once I seen his video, I went about it and built my own similar, and I'll be honest, it's well worth it. You put a cheap was it Dell Optiplex?
Yeah, an
Whatever,
Optiplex. Yeah,
a cheap computer, cheap graphics. The graphics card I have in there is from like two, I don't even remember. It's like 5, 6 years old. It's a GeForce, but it's an older one. Works fine, runs FX3, no problem at all. Yeah, and you put a cheap power supply, and you're good.
but the problem with it is graphics cards are so hard to come by right now.
I know. I want to upgrade that one actually before I hook it up to put the VIBs and all that stuff. That's why I wanted to upgrade my graphics card. But to pay, I'm not. First of all, I'm not standing in front of Best Buy to get a graphics card for
No.
24 hours. These people are doing that crap.
Well, and let me address Keith here. He says $500 won't get you a hardcore PC. Compared to what comes in the Arcade One Up board that's inside the machine, it is a hardcore uh, machine. And I
Yeah,
kind of
it's
meant
not gonna
that facetiously, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you can do more with a $500 PC than you can do with what's in the Arcade One Up board in there. I guess I should have been more specific with that, but he's right. Even still, $500 will do more than what you're paying for that pinball machine, right?
much more.
So
Like just set the setup maybe cost me a couple hundred total, like 300 total maybe. So you put that into the three whatever you got your use out of the toy
yeah,
shock. So you make almost a brand. It's not brand new, but you got a new setup.
yeah, it's
When
not.
you could play online on FX3.
Yeah, it's not like my streaming machine that's running vMix, which is almost a $10,000 PC streaming computer with $1,000 graphics card in it. You're not gonna you're
Yeah,
not
you're
gonna
not gonna
put
put
something
that
like
in
that.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
exactly.
not gonna use that. And right now, like you said, graphics cards
Oh
are
my goodness.
it's really hard to come by for the price that you want to pay. And even when you buy a PC, I mean, you're buying a PC, but you're paying for the graphics card, not even for the PC anymore.
Heck, dare I say this? That a Raspberry Pi is probably more powerful than what's in the Arcade One Up pinball. A Raspberry
Yeah,
Pi 4.
yeah, because you could play FX3 on a Raspberry Pi. I think I seen someone do something with that. I don't know, something like
I've not
that.
I
Don't
personally
run
haven't seen
pinball.
anything with pinball with a Raspberry Pi, but um
I have recent.
oh,
I think
have
it
you?
was
Yeah.
Retro Pie guy or some one of them guys I seen on YouTube
Okay.
running pinball good ones off of Raspberry Pi. So yeah, you can, but I'm not sure how it's gonna play. I didn't watch it through, but like you said, for the price it's just not worth it. Arcade One Ups, what you're getting for it is all the outside look more to me than you think. It looks good,
But somebody
but it
said that they're
doesn't.
selling, like they can't keep them in stock at $850, and I'd like to see the data on that because I can't see somebody in their right mind buying that $850 when you can buy a
Maybe
Legends
they
pinball or even a
maybe
Toy
they're
Shock.
unless they open a one up arcade store in Beverly Hills or something. They have them all inside there. No, I don't see that either. You know what I mean?
I I just don't see the Star Wars fans. They're not that big. Like your hardcore Star Wars fans,
They're not gonna go all out
they're not
paying
into the
that much.
Kathleen Kennedy creations. Like you're not going to get Glenn to put something like that in his arcade because of the graphics. And some of the other hardcore Star Wars fans aren't going to buy it because of the graphics. As dumb as that sounds, but to them it's not dumb. That's not Star
No,
Wars to them.
they screwed up, man. They really bit the bullet hard on this one. And you know what? People it will show in the sales in the end, man. That's how it works.
Well, and
One goes up,
it
whatever excuse they have is going to affect the sales. Period. And that's it.
yeah, and I don't know what they're going to do, and you know, it's not my job to find
Not our
out.
company, not
Yeah,
our job, not our worry. Our worry is a little because this is our hobby. We have things that look behind me. We have things that are we invest money into things. I mean, everything we have now is here. But what's coming in the future and price wise, is it worth it? Is it not? That's the problem right now. You know, we all have to look at the price, quality, value. You want a cheap piece of wood with cheap internals selling for $800 ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not. We all know that. But is the customer, and they're not even gonna have these in Walmart at $800. They're never gonna put them on the shelf at $800.
Oh no,
Who gives
no,
shelf space for something that's gonna sit like that for that much money?
no. Well, and it's always been an online product. I mean,
Right. They
you're
don't
not going to
put
find a
packaging
Legends
and all
pinball,
these cheap shit in there. They
set
always
up.
put cheap stuff.
Zohar says, it's all lies. Their sales are nowhere near where they were in 2018 when they were selling for $299. I don't know. And then Keith says, because with One Up, you're buying a good-looking cabinet, and when you see it online, it looks cool. And I'm not disputing that. I do think it looks. I mean, that's one of the. I'm just gonna say that's one of the reasons that I want to get it. Not saying that the Legends is not good-looking, but that's one of the reasons that I want it. Right? Is it's a good showpiece as far as for a collector.
Yeah, look right behind me. I love it.
But it's not an $850 showpiece, is what I'm saying.
No.
When it came out, it was $550, right? And I thought that was high. That's why I didn't buy it. So,
Yes.
but that's me. I mean, other people are buying it. Great. I mean, hey,
Yeah,
I'm only giving my
if
opinion.
if it's worth it, just like anything you have in your house, you might have something that someone else doesn't like, but
Right.
that's your preference.
I went out and got the sit-down cabinet of the Star Wars because I thought it resembled the original arcade that much. I wasn't a fan of the stand-up, and I did. And I play it sitting down, and it feels like you're playing. You're flying in the cockpit. It is a little small, but it's still fun. Some other people might think I'm crazy, and they like the stand-up version of it, and that's cool. But
I have the stand-up. You have a sit-down, so that goes like that. That's my preference.
somebody just said here. Let's see here. Keith says somebody on Facebook just put up a store that was still selling them in the 500s. I don't know the name of the store. Oh, that's interesting. That would be, he said he saw it this morning.
Yeah, but even if it's five, it's a good deal. But to us, it's still like a no buy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it has to come down.
It always will be.
Well, it's like I said yesterday with the class of '81. They made it look more like the original, which is good. That's what they needed to do, make it look more like the original. They made some changes, but we were taking guesses at what it was going to cost, and somebody had said that it leaked at $699 Canadian. So it's going to be around the $599 mark US. I can't see paying $600 for that cabinet. I think a $550, because of all the games, it's got a lot of good games in it. $550 or $499 would be an ideal mark to get those other two cabinets out of my space. I would probably buy it, but I have a feeling, because I don't want the stupid stool. I don't know if you like the stools that they have. I think they're cheap.
I kind of do.
Oh, do you?
Well, if it comes, see what happened with so many of the one upside board already came with the stool that I finally got to the point where I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna have all the stools for all of them. Screw it, it makes sense. What the hell is gonna look mismatched with?
See, I have these.
So I bought cheaper stools. I bought cheaper ones, though.
I have these.
I went that way.
Yeah, they're just like the one-up ones. They feel exactly like them, and I paid $20 for them.
I paid $30 too. I got like 3 of them.
Yeah, they're
like Star Wars. Home Depot has them.
Well, this one just says Man Cave on it. I've got all mine just say Man Cave on it, but I was like,
I like the stools. It gives a different look. It depends where you have it. It's all about setup. You know what I mean?
But let me ask you though, is it $80 worth?
Oh hell no.
That's what I'm saying. So like they're tacking that onto the price.
Buy a stool. I wouldn't buy a stool if it didn't come with it.
But it's not coming with it. They're upcharging you.
Well, they're adding up. If it's upcharged at the price I paid at $400, or for the NBA, I think.
Oh, that's not bad then. $400? Is that what it is? $399? $400?
Yeah. Well, it was when I got it.
So that's worth it, because then it's like you're getting the NBA Jam with the light up deck protector, which I hate. But whatever. It's $300. And the riser, right? The riser.
Those deck protectors make the deck look all smudged and make it look like shit. It looks like someone put a cheap strip of LED lights in it.
Yep.
They should have made it more slick so they're pointing down, So
Yep.
I don't see the
I wouldn't have even
phone.
hooked it up. I'll be honest. I would have just left
Yeah.
it
They should
disconnected.
have left that off there. Put it in the back. Put it in the back of the cabinets. Why
Yep.
they put it
That's
in
what
the
I do
front?
with all my LEDs. I put them in the back.
Star Wars has it, right? Doesn't your sit-down Star
It
Wars have
does, and it's actually a really nice light. But all my other ones, I put my own. I was doing
Oh,
that
yeah.
before Arcade One Up decided to do that. My pinball has it. I have lights
Yeah.
underneath it and behind. All my pinball tables have it behind and underneath.
That's
Um,
cool, yeah.
yeah, and
I like that.
I think it just adds to the room, the ambience. But I just can't see the deck protectors. Like I know Game Mom, I forget what her handle is. The Game Mom
Hers
77.
look great. Our whole
She
setup
likes
is
the
great.
kick panel. I think that's a little over the top for my liking, but she likes it and it looks cool on her. But to each their own. But
The kick panel, yeah, the whole light on the front.
yeah, it's just not. It's not for me. I'm not saying it looks bad. It's just not for me. I personally
That would
wouldn't do that.
It's a lot of money to do that.
But if she likes it, that's. But I think that's
Oh,
where Arcade One Up is stepping over.
She gave me a lot of ideas, a couple of good ideas that I took, and I watched a lot of her videos. So yeah, she has a great, nice, beautiful room,
Oh yeah.
I really like her setup there.
But again, it's what she likes, but then I saw Arcade One Up start to do that, where they started making the light up kick panels, and I'm going, guys, stick to what you do best and let the modders do the rest, because that's not something that I need to pay extra for, because the majority of people are not going to do that.
$20 for a light, maybe they put that in or something like that, for a cheap little $4 strip.
I just bought on Amazon yesterday, and I don't know if it's still here, but maybe I'll pull it up here so you guys can see. Actually, it was just delivered. So I can post the link if everybody wants it, but check this out. I don't have any affiliate links, so check this out. I bought these. They sync with the audio, and I wanted it for a TV. They're USB powered, so you could plug it into your system. But anyways, they're controlled by iPhone or Android. $6.99 for 10 foot. $6.99. $7 for 10 foot. If you want, I don't know how big this one is, but the only thing is you can buy one per day, because that's how they have it.
Really?
He has it set up like that because they're so dang cheap. So what I'll do here, guys, I'll post it in for those that are in here if you want to buy it. Again, this is not an affiliate link, so it's just a straight Amazon. I don't do the affiliate.
One per day.
That's what it is. So I just posted a link in the YouTube chat. Those of you on Facebook, or if you're watching,
I have one of those behind this big screen here.
Yeah, I have them around.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. I keep it on dim like a red.
Yep, I have it behind my TV in the back here. What I wanted them for is behind these monitors that are over to the right of me that you guys don't see right now. But if you guys want, there's a link to it. $7 if you've never bought any lights for behind your arcade, and you want to do that. You buy $7, try it out. Now, I will say I haven't tried them yet, but from what I looked at in the reviews, they looked really good, and I bought a lot of junk ones before, and none of them have been god-awful to where I wanted to throw them away.
I know. They're pretty decent for the price. You can't go wrong.
$7, guys, and it works with your phone if you want it for your arcade, especially if you're doing one a day and you have 10 arcades. It'll take you 10 days to buy enough for all of them. Who cares, right? So give that a whirl. But again, so there's a prime example, right? For LEDs for 10 foot, $7, and you're not going to upcharge. Arcade One Up, they can't upcharge and say, oh, it's going to be, because they're getting them cheaper than that. You know that.
It's so funny how they put it in there like it's such a big deal. Oh yeah, we got light up deck protector. Yeah, a cheap little freaking strip like that anyone could buy for $6 or less.
You could do that. You could even do what Game Mom does, right? You could light up your deck protector, run the wire down, the light down inside, and light up your the front kick, all the same strip for $6.99, right?
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's nonsense. They need to concentrate on what people want, not what people don't want. You know what I mean?
And honestly, I don't care if they'd even go back to taking away the light up marquees as much as I wanted them in the beginning, because I'm going to give my money to Angel if I'm going to buy them, right? if I'm gonna buy them because Angel's done well by the community, so I'm gonna support him with it. And yeah, it's great they're plastic boxes, but Angel's done a really good job with his light up marquees. So I don't think that's a
Yeah,
deal breaker in my opinion.
yeah, there are cheaper ways to go too for nicer ones. So it doesn't matter,
Yeah,
either way.
yeah. So
I mean, II Arcade doesn't have a light, which they should, and people put boxes and things on it.
oh yeah.
I put an LED strip. You can't see it, but it goes slightly around the frame, around
Did
the
you
top.
drill Did you drill the hole out where the center was, where some of the guys were doing?
Oh no, no, because I have the Dragon's Lair one, and if
Ah,
Dragon
okay.
the Dragon's Lair one is different because problem with this one is it's all one piece, so everything will bleed through.
Ah,
You can't just make the Dragon's Lair part light up.
gotcha.
It's impossible almost. I've tried to think of everything. So right now I have like one of these it's like a car LED strip
Yeah,
lighting that
yeah.
goes in the dash.
Okay.
It's and I have it going to the back into like a little power thing.
So you have it just
And
shining
it gives
down on the front.
no, it just gives it like a box effect over
Ah,
the.
okay.
That's it. I mean, I can't figure anything else
I
out.
I told I told Angel he should make it to where you attach the box to the front of it by taking you take the speakers out, right? You attach the box to the front of the wood and put the LED behind it, and then stick the speakers in over top, and it holds the marquee in place, and then
I see what
the
you
light,
mean.
and that would light up everything. So you make it this way. You're not destroying your Dragon's Lair original. We'll call it a marquee for lack of a better word, right? And you can make it like that. The other option I told him is if you bolt it on and make it a little higher, light up the top part as the marquee, but the speakers hold it on.
Someone should come out with a good replacement.
Yeah.
It's gonna be expensive though. It ain't gonna be cheap. There's no way it's not gonna
But
be
are you
anything.
going to care if somebody said to you $60 you can get
I
something
would pay
on there?
that. I
Right,
would
you're
pay
going to
it.
drop the coin on it and
I'm talking if it's over like 100 and something, then I don't think I would.
well
But
no,
if it's
because
under
what did you pay for the box? What, 500?
which box?
Well, I mean, you paid what, 550 for Dragon's Lair complete?
Oh yeah, like 600, whatever.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm not
$100.
gonna pay that much,
No,
obviously. Yeah.
not for a marquee.
But if someone come out with one, they'd make it. They would. They first of all, if they could make something, they'd have to make now different model ones because they have like what 5 cabinets or something.
Yeah.
So now they keep coming out with these cabinets, but they're not putting any LED. He should have put something. He could have charged a little bit more. I think actually it's already high price. They keep putting it on sale to keep people buying it. So I understand where the price factor will be a problem.
Yeah.
But they should have left some kind of room in there a little more easier to build a marquee for it. It's really tough. I'm telling you, it's going to be tough. They have to build something that goes over that piece, or else you'd have to draw all the wood out
Well,
inside of it.
I was taking the idea from the big Buck Hunter cabinet. You see how like the front marquee of the Buck Hunter kind of goes up above the cabinet?
Yeah.
I was thinking
Yeah.
if he did something like that for the front of that and enclosed it in a box, you lit that
Yeah.
up, that would be almost like your topper. It would look like your
Something has to go over it. You're saying, yeah.
yeah, like your like have it come up like
On
NBA
top?
Jam's topper.
Yeah, but the only thing I don't like about that is it's kind of would offset where it's supposed to be with it. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like,
no, I get you. It'd be like the Legends Ultimate is exactly what it would look like. It would look
Yeah.
off like that.
yeah, that like everything I have now you see is in place. Like everything lights up except for that one back there. Dragon's Lair is just sitting like, come on, man. You know? It
Yeah.
sucks too because you want everything to be like kind of, all sometimes have OCD with crap like that. You don't have things in a certain place, order a certain way, certain things lit up a certain way, and then all of a sudden you got one needle in the haystack that's just sitting not lit up, and it's the best looking cabinet, one of them out of everything here. Dragon's Lair.
I am with you. I've said that about the risers with Arcade One Up.
Oh, they should have just made it straight without a riser. They could have made two pieces of wood to connect or something. I don't know.
But even like all my other Arcade One Ups are all black, and then they started doing the risers with the graphics, and As
Oh,
sad as that is, that bothered me because, of, like you said, OCD.
yeah.
Because I have some cabinets with artwork on it, some without, and so I just kept all the black in line down the wall, and then the ones that have the actual artwork on them, I
Yeah.
clustered them together because that was the only way it made sense, right?
Or you could skip a space. I don't know. I
No,
do
that would
things
drive
like
me
that. Like that.
bananas, man. It'd be like black, 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 golden tea, black, 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 turtles.
Yeah, I
No.
got you. I know what you mean. Trust me, even putting things in place to where you feel they're right, like toppers, block the background of
Yep.
photos. It's like when I started removing things, I'm like, oh man, how am I gonna put that there? I got a picture over there. You know
Yep.
what I mean? So it's the same. I understand what you mean. It's tough. And then you gotta find more room. It's just even worse.
People,
I got a fish tank block in my space right now.
people don't think about that. I think about that. It sounds like you
I
think about that, but
no, people have OCD with stuff. Trust me, like this is very big.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
But something's not. If a picture's crooked, I'm crazy like that. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Well, it
My mother would leave it.
looks like we're. I think we've run our course here. I think it's. I can't believe I've gone this long. It's almost 4:30. I'm gonna have to
Nice
jet.
chatting with you guys.
Yeah, it was really good, guys in the chat room. I don't know if everybody's just listening in the background because the chatter kind of dwindled down after the link we posted. But either way, it's there. You guys can check it out. But yeah, man, it was great for you to jump on here and hang
Yeah,
out a
I'm
little
glad I
bit.
got a chance to hang out and spill some
Yeah,
stuff on whatever I've been up to, and also chime in on some stuff I think about, which I don't put on a lot of the YouTube channels.
yeah.
That's what I mean.
So if people are interested when you start getting your videos going again. Where can they find you and subscribe to you and all that good stuff?
It's under Keon718 NYC, exactly how I'm in the room, spelled out.
Okay,
And that's my channel. Yeah,
Sean.
it's my main channel.
No, there is no one more thing. Listen to this guy here.
One more thing.
He's trying to be
If you want to see good eel videos, Dragon Eel, come check my channel. I have one of the rarest eels on YouTube.
that. There you go.
One more thing.
Guys, I really appreciate you hanging out here and chilling. So if you missed anything, go back and watch it. It's about 4 hours long. 4 hours and
Yeah,
4 minutes long.
yeah, and I'll be updating my game room video soon. I had quite amount of views on it within a few months, which was really cool. So I'm gonna make a really good new one when I get my what's it called, the thing that to make my camera steady.
The gimbal. The
Dwindle?
gimbal.
Kindle.
The gimbal.
The Kindle gimbal. All right.
Gimbal. Gimbal, yes, with a G.
And when I get my gimbal, I'm gonna be back in action.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing it, and hopefully I
Yes.
can do more of these impromptu things for guys that want to jump on and just chat, and gives me a chance to dive deeper into the community and test some more gear. So, really appreciate it,
Oh yeah.
guys. We will we'll see you next time. Believe it or not, I do have a rollout, so we'll roll it out. Till next time, keep it
Peace and
buzzing.
love.